Dear delegates of 4th Global International Conference, please try to come to the hall on time. It's already time for keynote session to begin. I request all the volunteers, program directors and the coordinators of GCI, please help the audience and also the students as well as delegates to come to the conference hall on time. We will appreciate your timely arrival to the conference hall so that we can start after we start the session. It will be really disturbing coming in and then going out. Dear delegates on Zoom, now we're going to start the program very soon. We really thank you for your patience. Dear delegates of 4th Global International Conference, please try to make it out to come to the conference hall on time so that we start the keynote session, which is very, very eminent session, of course, very important session of this conference to be heard from the eminent speakers from the international arena and the professors from different universities. So we request all of you to come to the hall on time. I can see the speakers and the members, researchers are joining now online as well. I think there are distinguished personalities from different settings of globe and Nepal and the members of Global College. The second very important session of 4th Global International Conference is now going to start. So this is very important session, regarding paradigm shift in management, a key tool to resolve the COVID-19 impacts for business and economic sustainability. It is now time to listen to our eminent experts and professors from different universities here. So this is now time to commence. So I beg the permission from the session chair, and he is Professor Dr. Chandra Prasad Rizal. May I request you, sir, to chair this keynote session physically. On the same note, we have two session chairs online. So we have our international advisor for 4th Global International Conference, Professor Dr. Himachalam Dasraju, on the Zoom. I request Professor Dasraju. Professor Dasraju, we are...
Yes.
Thank you,
yes.
sir. Thank you. We will hand over the mic to you later. So accordingly, may I now request Professor Dr. Arvind Shukla, the marketing chair of the BIMTech, to take the seat as the keynote speaker of this 4th Global International Conference. He is here physically, sir. Please take your seat. So he will be delivering the first keynote speech. And on the same note, I also would like to take this honor to call upon Professor Dr. John Walsh, the Associate Dean of Krik University, Thailand, Department of Languages, to take the seat, sir. He will also have the delivery at this session later. He is here. He is nodding his head. So on the same note, we have Dr. Vladimir Moskvan from Czech Republic online. He will be delivering his keynote speech online. I would like to confirm that he is there. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Vladimir. Likewise, I would like to confirm, I would like to check whether Professor Dr. Jill Atkins has already joined, or otherwise he will be joining later. And we have another concluding chair of this session online. He is Professor Dr. Sanjay Satapathy, the Vice Chancellor of Kalahandi University, Odisha. May I have the confirmation that he is there? Okay, we will be seeing him later. So now, without much ado, thank you so much all the audience for being here, and the keynote speakers and all our executive members. We would like to begin this keynote by hearing first from Professor Dr. Arvind Shukla. He is the chair of marketing BIMTech. And Arvind Shukla, currently he is a professor in the area of marketing, as he is the chair of marketing as well at BIMTech. He is a well-known figure for his celebrated profile of teaching marketing management for the last 32 years in India, and also has been a visiting professor abroad for many universities. He has handled the CRM, services marketing as a regular subjects of teaching throughout. So he is a prominent figure to be heard, to be listened to him today. Sir, podium is with you, floor is with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, that was quite an exaggeration of my introduction. I think Dr. Paneru wanted to be kind to me, so he told you all that about me. And I myself don't know many things that he told from there about myself. So after the session, I'm going to touch base with him and ask him, ki bhai, please tell me about these things also. But then I have been given a very short time, so I straight away go to the topic of the day. And as is customary, I should begin by thanking the organizers, the Global College International, the organizers of this conference, for inviting me. I don't think I deserved being invited as a keynote speaker, and therefore I worked very hard to prepare for it, because obviously I was under the impression that some mistake has happened and they have invited me. This could not have possibly been a better time and a better theme for this time. After all that we have seen in the last 2-3 years, I think this was possibly a hat trick of Dr. Paneru. The 4th international conference that they are organizing is talking about a paradigm shift. So let me straight away get very quickly to trying this out. Oh, it works. So thank you so much. We all are aware of the term VUCA. It's been there for quite long. It was, in fact, coined somewhere after the Cold War, when the USSR disintegrated, and the Americans found that there was nothing like a Cold War now. So the things became quite unpredictable, and that is when these two professors, their name isn't visible over here, although my slide had it, Warren Bennis and Professor Bert Nanus, some economists in US in 1985 or something, coined this term VUCA, and I won't speak much about it because that would be sort of repeating what everybody already knows. But now what has happened is that VUCA has lived its age. And to add to the aging VUCA, what happened was this pandemic. And as if that was not enough, we also have these wars coming up regularly. So the latest is the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. When all of us started feeling that VUCA was possibly not sufficient to enable us to understand, to grasp how to deal with this current times. And that is when another term came into vogue. And this is what I would like to draw everybody's attention on, because this is a term which directly connects to the paradigm shift that business management faces today. And this term is better sounding than VUCA also. It is BANI. And BANI over here, as I'm showing, stands for being brittle, being anxious, being non-linear, and being incomprehensible. This is a term coined by a professor, by a thinker. He is a professor in the Institute of Future. The name isn't appearing again. It is Jamia. Yeah, there it is. So I need not read it out, because then it would mean that I feel that you can't read it out. But then what feeling one gets on seeing this immediately is that these are new words for VUCA only. But it's not that. It's something which helps us grasp the realities of today much better and how to deal with them. So I would be ending this very soon by showing some guidelines of what we, the future leaders, can possibly learn from BANI and change our mindset to deal with this post-COVID world. So what does brittle stand for? Brittle, as everybody understands, is what I'm trying to show over here. This possibly is the most brittle thing that I ever came across. And the author of this concept feels that the times today are very brittle, in the sense that they can shatter at any moment of time. They look illusionarily strong, but suddenly they give way, and we lose all support. And that is what has happened in the past also. So what they want to say is that time is actually non-resilient at the moment, that which cannot be depended upon. So brittle is one aspect of the times today. The other one is, of course, anxious. And I don't know why the word anxious is not appearing over here. That is because probably I am appearing there on the screen. If you remove me from the screen, they can see me here, and those online possibly can do without seeing me also. So if you remove my picture on the screen, the word anxious comes. So I am replaced by being anxious, and all of us are anxious. What anxious actually means is that we are worrying. We are constantly worrying of what next. We have become so much stressed and anxious that we have become passive. We can't decide things. And we have almost frozen. And we are just waiting for something else to come and hit us now. So that's another characteristics of the times today. The other thing to add to the confusion is that times are non-linear. Non-linear means that there is absolutely a disconnect between the cause and the consequence. The cause and the consequence are also disproportionate. So something very small happens somewhere, and it creates a consequence which is much larger. To give you an example, one large carrier gets stuck in the Suez Canal, and the supply in our countries get affected, and we are asked to hoard medicines immediately. So that's what is meant by non-linear, and that is what is adding to the complexity of the time. Because things are not linear and exponential rather, a small happening in any one part of this highly interconnected world creates a ripple effect which goes on increasing in terms of the impact that it creates far and wide. So yes, we come to the last the last alphabet in that acronym, the I, which stands for incomprehensible. And what the author wants to say is that the events and the decisions seem to be quite illogical and senseless now. One cannot make sense of what one is seeing at the moment. One cannot actually find answers or make sense of what should be done in the future. So we have a lot of information, but that's no guarantee for whether we have a lot of understanding. And that adds up to this entire concept of Bani. And I'm sure within these last 5-6 minutes, I have been able to sketch before you a true picture of how the current times are. They are very well described by the acronym Bani. So that's not what is the purpose over here. The purpose is to find a way out of it. Putting that acronym Bani into action, and here is what some actionable points are suggested by the author of the concept himself. He says that leadership traits of the future which will work are as follows. Brittleness, when something is brittle, it requires us to be resilient. Resilient or purpose driven. What is our immediate purpose and how can we achieve it? And resilient means being prepared to bounce back. Face adversity, but bounce back. And that is exactly what we are currently doing. The 4th conference, from being online 2 years, coming back into a physical mode, is nothing but bouncing back. So hats off to you, Professor. Anxiety, yes, we are anxious, but then anxiousness needs compassion. We need to be compassionate to each other. We need to be more understanding towards each other, and we need to demonstrate that compassion. When things are non-linear, consequences and causes are not very calculated and sensible, then one needs to be agile, one needs to be adaptable. So each one of us have now to be ready to change, and to change quickly in everything. So from online to offline, and now to hybrid, and then I don't know what next, but we have to be constantly agile, we have to be constantly adaptable, and last but not the least, we have to, incomprehensible asks us to be collaborating, to be joining hands, to be working together. And if we can work together, to collaborate together, we can join hands together, then some amount of incomprehensibility can certainly be added. And this all, of course, needs an underpinning of a new term that the author has proposed, and that is where I would end. The term is humbition. That is, we all now need to be humble with a good ambition. And we join this humility and ambition and come up with a new term, humbition. So my submission to this conference and to all the participants in this conference is that if we wish to look at the paradigm shift in management that is happening, we all need to work towards humbition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Arvind Shukla, for this very brilliant and wow, very sketchy presentation on the characteristics of the time. And your message, start transforming from being anxious to agile and adaptable and collaborative. Thank you. Such a brilliant message, sir. Thank you so much. And I request the committee, hospitality, to help our Dr. Arvind Shukla, sir, to escort to airport. Yes, he was here with us from yesterday. So let's give him a big round of applause for this keynote. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And have a nice journey, sir. So our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Arvind Shukla sir, has already done with characteristics of the time, and we have learned that we have to be agile, of course, adopting. So we are trying to adopt with the time, the pace, and here we have to move on to the next now, the hybrid mode. We have session chair, the next session chair, online session chair, our very mentoring professor, international advisor of this 4th Global International Conference. At the same time, NJMSR, which is our publication. He is there, and so I hand over this mic to Professor Himachalam Dasraju for your remarks from the session chair, sir. Please, floor is with you, sir. Sir, you need to unmute. Could you please unmute, Professor Dasraju? You got to unmute your mic, sir. We are not hearing your voice. You're not audible, sir. You need to unmute, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Panneru, Devaraj Panneru, my lovely young professor, for the opportunity you have given to me. The respected Mr. Bhadracharya ji and Rajendra Vaja, Devaraj Panneru, Subhash Shrestha, and other distinguished guests, special invitees, panel speakers, session chairs, participants across the board, business scholars, students, and organizing committee of GCI. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. It is my great pleasure and privilege to associate with the 4th Global International Conference. It is a very elegant every time, which I observed for the last 3 conferences rather. Such a wonderful sessions always they are having and maintaining rather. Dear, at the outset, let me thank the GCI as well for having given me this opportunity to associate with you online. So that's why in that way, I am highly grateful to the GCI more so, Professor Bhadracharya ji and Devaraj Panneru. Dear friends, we are observing for the last, say, couple of years, the COVID-19 pandemic has had devastating impact on human health and economic development in the unprecedented disruption to people's lives, employment, economy, trade, commerce, supply chain disruptions across the globe. The pandemic has transformed drastically our thinking process towards our economy and the societies as well. The country's policy choices made today will determine its success and also the progress in building a resilient, greener, inclusive, and more sustainable development tomorrow. It is an opportunity to pave the path for a path that empowers everyone to face the future global challenges, uncertainties, and risks that we are coming up across. A lot of confidence and determination. It needs a paradigm shift in management to resolve the bad impacts of COVID-19 on the business and economic sustainability the world over. To catch up with the emerging growth opportunities and to save the economy, people, environment, the countries, more so developing countries, should have put the economy on the right track by adopting new economic and business strategies. The experts believe that the new technology will be the new normal and that the post-COVID-19 pandemic would be the world is digital. So our world is digital and we have to get adjusted with the digital economy, digital global economy. All the countries across the world are now looking forward to new kinds of technology and to build a robust digital driven business environment to drive towards digital transformation and greater use of disruptive technologies may affect the existing business practices, so that we have to get adjusted with the new trends and new developments that are going on world over. It is observed that hybrid work becomes mainstream now and the shortage of critical talent is observing and the employee retention is a great problem. Healthcare of human resources, data collection and preservation of data is also another issue which are coming across in this present global economy. Emerging disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, blockchain technology, IoT, etc. are very much in our business. We have to get adjusted with the latest disruptive technologies. Further, it needs to focus more on upskilling of the workforce to cope up with the rapid changes in disruptive technology in business. Therefore, paradigm shift in management is a dire need of the day to resolve the ill impact of COVID-19, to build a resilient, green, inclusive, and sustainable economy across the world. A new strategy should be adopted more effectively and efficiently to reflect that the present trends to create a resilient and sustainable global economy. So there are some areas we have to focus at this juncture, that is digital transformation and innovation, the marketing management and the new technology front, efficient management of the business and effective global integration, that is very important nowadays, SMEs management and employment generation, fostering entrepreneurship in the new technical era, nurturing young entrepreneurship, healthcare and hospitality management, and managing the ICT, technology-based emerging areas like fintech, gig economy, etc., etc. We are having n number of this one rather. My sincere appeal and request and advice to the policy maker at this juncture is to focus on nurturing of human resources, more so youngsters, their well-being, make them access to emerging technologies, make them knowledgeable, make them ethical, make them honest, make them committed for the inclusive and sustainable development of any country, and no exception to the very beautiful Nepal. Though Nepal is very small, small is beautiful always, and I hope the Nepal would find say good future and prospects in years to come if the country is focusing more attention on the development of the youngsters rather. Today we are having the galaxy of speakers to speak on various aspects of the conference theme. At this juncture, I am leaving it to the eminent speakers to speak on various issues, challenges, and opportunities thereon. I hope it would stimulate new ideas, new areas, and new technology, new skills, and new business strategies, which are the dire need of the day to promote the economic development or to promote the economies of developed as well as developing countries in general and Nepal in particular. I wish the conference a grand success with fruitful academic deliberations, and I wish all success in this regard. Over to the seminar session, Chair Professor Chandra Prasad resolved to proceed with the panel their speeches. At the end, I would say the great congratulations and thanks to the GCI for having chosen very apt topic to discuss, to deliberate, and find some kind of solution which are very essential for the development, for reshaping the entire global economy. And as we are witnessing a lot of changes in the disruptive technology, it is highly difficult. Say, if any country is failure to redesign their economic strategies rather, or otherwise, it is highly difficult for them to cope up with the global changes and global development. And my sincere request is to encourage the youngsters, to nurture the young people, and to make them knowledgeable, more ethical rather, more ethical and more committed and more dedicated towards the development of all countries, not only advanced countries, even in the developing countries like us. And I wish all success to the conference, and hope all the conference proceedings would be very much useful to the policy makers for reframing the entire the policy in order to develop the economy. So that is very essential nowadays, not simply conducting some kind of conferences and seminars and keeping quiet and putting it aside. So you dropped all the resolutions, all the sessions and the policies, and which are very much essential for the management and the educational institutions the government as well rather. Nowadays, all the countries are having lot of problems with regard to running higher educational institutions. Higher education institutions should focus more on technology-based the education system, and we have to improve the quality of the higher education on par with other global institutions which are ranking every year within 10 or within 20 or something like that. Why don't we are coming up, focus our attention to reach that kind of standards and prove ourselves and prove our metal rather. Our youngsters are not at all inferior to anybody else, and they are having sufficient knowledge base and sufficient the skill and sufficient effort, provided if you are encouraging them, if you are making them knowledgeable, if they are giving access to them to the latest development and technology. So we are hearing a lot of changes. So like this gig economy. So remote working and a lot of changes, and even in the banking sector we are having a lot of the technology based this one. So that's why they have to reframe their knowledge base and shift to the present knowledge. Then only they will become useful human resources for the development of that country. Thank you very much. I once again thank the GCI as a whole, and more so Pushkar Bajracharya ji, and my dear friend, my dear young and dynamic friend, Devaraj Paneer.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Dr. Himachalam Dasraju, for your very congratulating remarks as well to GCI, and for your congratulations to this theme of the conference. And obviously your key message that it is a time that we transform our businesses from the physical to the digital, and of course we have to do it. That is your key message. And the audience and delegates, of course, Professor Himachalam Dasraju, he is our international advisor, and he has been the professor and the chairman of the commerce at Sri Venkateswaram University in India for the last 32 years. And he has been also the fellow at Commonwealth Fellow of UK, and under him more than 25 people have done the PhD research, and he is still a mentoring researcher, mentoring professor, sometimes visiting Nepal and also working in India. Thank you so much, Professor Himachalam Dasraju, for your remarks, for your encouragement, and we'd like to be with you, sir. And of course, we will have the proceedings coming up after the conference, which will be a very much valuable document that we will be publishing all the deliveries in the proceedings. Now it's time we switch. Now we are switching from this online again to the physical. So we have our, at this physical moment, we have our session chair, Professor Dr. Chandraprasad Rijal sir, who is going to deliver his keynote speech as a session chair of this 4th Global International Conference keynote session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paneru. Am I audible? In fact, it gives me an immense pleasure and feeling of delight to be here at this stage in the capacity of one of the session chairs in this august gathering, organized in hybrid mode. We are present virtually as well as physically. First and foremost, my sincere gratitude to the conference chair, Professor Dr. Pushkar Bajracharya, who is shouldering the idea of organizing international conference continuously since last 4 years. It's 4th edition. Let us all give him very big hands for shouldering or providing the stewardship to this program. Without his inspiration, vision, commitment, dedication, and hands-on approach, would have not been here. Very big thanks, collective thanks goes to him. Next, in the row, 3 members. In fact, I should pay my gratitude to 2 of them, because third is myself. The advisory committee, the vision, the inspiration, visionary support to the working team provided by the advisory team. I wish the results are already there. As up to the senior members, Professor Dr. Premraj Pant and Professor Dr. Radheshyam Pradhan. They are the path providers in Nepalese higher academia. In fact, these 3 names enough in the domain of management education. Where these 3 names stand, the line starts right from there. It's been right from my childhood and is still continuing. I wish the trend should keep on, so that we would be delighted through their sharings. Equally important to pay the gratitude is to the panel of our international speakers, academicians, who have traveled all the way or who have been in connection through virtual media. We all will take your suggestions, your insights as our pathways to move on collectively in the days to come. And finally, I would humbly thank to the conference executive committee members. The name list starts right from Dr. Khagendra Ojaji and ends with Sharmila Khanalji. List is long. My humble thanks and gratitude for your all hard work, commitment, and perspiration you put together to make this happening a real one. Thank you very much. Now coming back to my insights, as you have already heard to my Vice Chancellor this morning, the special guest, chief guest of the ceremony, we are in the process of making a university that the world would take as a pride for their own. It gives us immense pleasure to inform you that within a couple of months from now, down the road, couple of months I repeat, Midwest University will be declared as one of the fully digitally operating university, and our research analytics confirms it will be only the university in South Asia. Only the university. Fully digitized university. Mission is 98% accomplished. 2% of its testing confirmation is going on. And I congratulate the GCI team to be the part of this testimony. GCI will be the institution that confirms the compliance of our as many as 19 systems before other institutions do. We have selected 3 institutions for this trial, piloting. GCI and our one of the graduate schools, Graduate School of Agriculture and Forestry, and Midwest University School of Management, MUSOM. The system compliance and testing is underway, and I'm pretty sure the technical team, who's led by an engineer, Dr. Samvidhan Acharya in Kathmandu, as many as 28 young scientists like you have been designing our system. And the system has 19 subcomponents, 4 major components for the learners of production, research and innovation, organizational change and development, ODC interventions for the learners, ERPS, Enterprise Resource Planning System, may not be a new idea for the R&D people, but we are using a 9-component ERPS throughout the university system, which has been already developed. Next component, Education Management Information System, EMIS. Again having 7 components, EMIS. As per the regulatory requirements of the country, UGC's QA, Quality Assurance and Accreditation requirements, the system components have been designed. It is ready for implementation. And next component after EMIS, that is LMS, Learning Management System, having 5 subcomponents, LMS. That includes e-admission to e-certification, all functions to be operated digitally as well as virtually. Also can be used in physical mode too, as per the need of the times. LMS. So 3 components, ERPS, EMIS, LMS. And finally CMS, Content Management System. We are developing an enterprise content system, and our enterprise at the moment comprises of as many as 45 units. Each unit's contents, web contents are managed with standalone and integrated web system. So 4 system components, they are already designed, and these 4 system components have 19 explicit subcomponents and somewhat around 49 subcomponents. And these all components are under testing via respective mobile applications. So our university comes right to your fingertips to be connected via your cell phone. No matter wherever you are, any part of the world, you can enroll in our programs, you can continue our classes, you can submit your projects, assignments, attend your examinations, get your results assessed, and the faculties also can accomplish all the tasks whatever you are doing physically, using the system. The parents, the banks, all functional operations have been already designed in the system. So, why have I been announcing this at this stage? To link our mission to the theme of the conference. We are in the mission, national mission of making paradigm shifts, creating the paradigms rather. I should rather say making the paradigms rather than shifts. So, the old days of talking about our universities, the old myths, they are going to be revisited. And I feel quite humble to be the part of this gathering at this Global College International, because Global College International is our member. I should say the best institution in the country. It's not an exaggeration. This year only, dear graduates, check out how many colleges of higher education, specifically in management, they are striving to get their seats enrolled, booked. And how is the status with GCI today? So we are in need of such institutions. Moving along paradigm shifts, we have institutionally prioritized. Our partnerships will be with the governments. First and foremost priority is the government. To transform this mission into reality, this year only, we have commenced Graduate School of Agriculture and Forestry in one of the rural places of Surkhet district. Moving from regional provincial headquarters to the municipality, local municipality. 2 municipalities joined their hands. They contributed land and building, their newly constructed projects. They handed over, and we gave them the program. And second intake is going on at the moment. We are in the communities. That is a paradigm shift. People were looking for already established institutions to associate. We are looking for the governments to join the hands, institutions we will make. And we are in that making. Very soon, you will be witnessing 2 milestones in Nepal in the field of medicine and public health, service as well as production, and information technology. These will be the landmark institutions in the country. We are going to connect the provinces, the municipalities, the communities, and the governments, as well as universities and research laboratories and production units in the world through these 2 initiatives. These are going to be dream projects. That is another paradigm shift we are in the process of making. You all will feel it as a pride. Those milestone institutions will be developed in extreme remote areas of Karnali province. Will not move to metropolitan cities with government holding. We will go to rural areas with government holding. Metropolis, the people have money. The institutions, privately managed institutions like GCI, they will be making. MIT interventions, they will come into reality very soon in urban areas and metropolis areas. Our dream is not to only teach, not to only research, not to only produce the graduates. We are going to make the institutions in the forefront of making. Make in Nepal. Making the ICT products in Nepal. It may look like a dream beyond reach. Let it be. We are going to make it. That will be the paradigm shift which is demanded by the nation. Earlier, my Vice Chancellor was presenting a few facts about migration. Migration of brains. We are in the making of brain gain. From present brain drain situation to brain gain. As many as 135 highly promising, highly acclaimed professionals having doctoral and postdoctoral degrees and working around the world have responded to our call. And 91 of them are in the pool of our initial screening, out of which we would like to join hands with 25 of them, bring them to Nepal, take them to Virendranagar, establish an academic abode. Academic abode. If it is a laughter for you, the reality, final selection, we are in the stage of final selection, signing the agreement. So things happen. Things should happen right in Virendranagar, not only right in Virendranagar, in any person, any part of Karnali. We are working from there. Your hard work, what I mean to say, your hard work here in Kathmandu, it will not go in vain. You are the milestone people, the graduates, the faculty members, the managers. The hard work you have delivered is going to be our identity in our mission, what we are working. Once this adobe is established, these highly acclaimed academicians, they will be working for 3 hours every day with our graduates in our graduate schools located in different parts. And for 3 to 4 hours, they will be working with us at the university headquarters so that we can better visualize the university system and better craft for the upcoming generation. As I recall, my Vice Chancellor was talking about Society 5.0. Yeah. It may be a jargon. It may be something impossible. What I promise here is, by 2069, as Society 5.10 will be taking over, replacing Industry 4.0, globally working today, Industry 4.0 and Society 4.0, as Industry and Society 5.0 will be replacing, we will be moving ahead with the footage of Society 6.0. What we have worked today is capable of holding the platforms required for Society 6.0, which is for another generation, for 20 for next 50 years hence. So, the old days of talking about Midwest University are already gone. It's a new university, vibrant university. And vibrant university stands for supporting, shouldering the nation to make it vibrant. And connecting with the theme, if we are to make the nation a vibrant one, our national political system needs to be vibrant. Our teaching, learning, research, innovation should be connected with that. That should be one takeaway for the upcoming researchers. How to make national politics a vibrant one. If you are interested, 1 or 2 people should have that journey. That is going to work. Your contribution is going to be regarded as worth for nation making. Similarly, after politics, bureaucracy, national administrative system, it needs to be vibrant. How to make it? It's your job, the researchers across the world. Check out what makes a national bureaucracy a vibrant one. That is a shared quest for us. One open issue for you to explore in the days to come as you move on your professional careers. The next, what makes our national security and defense system a vibrant one? See, politics, bureaucracy, defense. These are the 3 pillars that give the identity to a nation. They should be equally strong enough. They should be capable enough bearing the load of society 6.0 that is likely to happen after 40 years or so. So we need to strengthen our institutions. There is our vision, providing access to universal and affordable quality higher education in any corner of the nation is our vision. That is part of paradigm shift from old thinking to newer one. And next, what needs to be vibrant to make the country a vibrant one? Of course, trade and commerce, the 4th sector. National politics, national bureaucracy, national security and defense, 3 pillars. Then equally important, trade and commerce. It's not the first priority. This will flourish only these first 3 priorities are flourished. So 4th one, trade and commerce. What makes it a vibrant one? The MBAs. You need to rethink the components of assessment of the national competitiveness in business environment analysis. You study in the books published in Malaysia or US or New Delhi, whatever be, the old saying about national competitiveness. This is time to rethink the parameters of national competitiveness. These should be the parameters. Along this, infrastructure development. That should be vibrant one. And after all comes social sector. This is what? Education, health, communication, sanitation. These measures need be vibrant one. How many? 6 sectors. That's it. And now, no need to debate how many ministries we need. If there are 6 sectors to make a nation vibrant one, let's make only 6 ministries. And to facilitate those 6 ministries, 1 finance ministry may be required, make it 7. Along international affairs. So no more debate, how many ministries? No more debate, whether we need provincial government. No more debate. It's proven, local government is enough to implement. federal government is enough to make policy. That should be the quest of debate in such conferences from now. The next 5 years should be the time for debating to consolidate our federal system. How many tiers of governance are most effectively needed, suitably needed for the country like Nepal, should be the quest for research for you, this generation. Let's not take things as granted. Let's reinvent the wheel. Let's not be the part of an existing wheel. Let's be the creator of the wheel. This zeal should be taken away, taken away from this program as being participant over here. I wish the upcoming parallel sessions a grand success, and each session should be able to generate one meaning to carry for we all. So I wish all the best for your presentations, your deliveries, and your future endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our advisor and professor of Midwest University, Professor Chandra Prasad Rizal sir, for your very much paradigm shift oriented and centered delivery keynote session, and also your wishes as well. We are really very glad to know that university is shifting the paradigm. That's what we are also seeking for. Thank you so much, sir. Now, moving on to next, we have another international eminent keynote speaker, Professor Dr. John Walsh, the Associate Dean of Crick University, Thailand. So I request Professor John Walsh to start your delivery. Okay, you can have it from there as well. So IT team, please provide him the hand-free mic. Floor is with you, sir.
Hello. Okay. How are you? Good. Halfway through the day, nearly there. Lunch is the big point. Okay, so my name is John Walsh. I am Associate Dean and Director of English Language Programs at Crick University in Thailand. Crick. Thai language has vowels which no other language has. Crick University. So if you want to say Crick University, it's okay. Right, I've heard it before. Okay, so I should begin by thanking the organizers one by one. You probably have heard their names. I thank the organizers as a whole for giving me the chance to speak to you here today. I mention in particular Dr. D.L. Puri, one of my former doctoral students who persuaded me to come today, but I'm very pleased to be here. One of the reasons I enjoy coming to Nepal occasionally is the wonderful colors that people wear, red and pink and blue and purple. Usually I'm wearing a white shirt and a tie, and sometimes I think I'm really missing out, right? I should be having this kind of a fantastic purple color. I wish I could get away with it. Okay, so today I'm going to talk to you about deglobalization, the threat and promise of deglobalization. So far, everything's been a bit optimistic, and I'm going to change that, right? We should be pessimistic. We should follow Antonio Gramsci, who said, you should have pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Only when we can see how terrible things really are, can we then start to make a plan about how to improve them. But we must look at the world as it really is, in all of the terror and the misery and the hunger and the bloodshed and everything. And then once we have fully seen all of this, then we can start to think, well, what can we do about it? Is there anything that we can do about it? And that's what I'm going to talk about today, right? Something really miserable to make you go home unhappy. This is my plan. So deglobalization is the opposite of globalization. you will have been asked, how many times do I write essays on what is globalization in your life, right? If you had 1 or 10 rupees for each essay you had written, right, you could retire now, I expect. However, globalization no longer so relevant. We're going to talk about the next stage, which is deglobalization. And I find a definition. They're going to give me only a few minutes to talk to you, so I'm just going to give a basic introduction. This book that I have written is going to be published soon, if you want to have more. It should be open access book, okay? If it's not open access book, I'm sure you know somebody who knows a way to find how to get the copy of a book if you really need to. Okay, so feel free. I'll give you my email address at the end in case anyone has any questions, because I don't think we'll have time during the session today. So here is a definition of deglobalization. It's the opposite, the retreat from globalization. We have been living for the last 50, 60 years, before any of you were born, in the age of globalization. And globalization has enabled many countries to become industrialized and quite rich, quite quickly, because of globalization. Why? How does it work? Well, those of you who have studied international business, I shouldn't put this down because I'll lose it. Those of you who have studied international business, you will be familiar with the smile. Okay, so the smile says, across is the stage of production, up this axis is how much money is available from each stage. So at the beginning we have the science, research and development. These are big money things. You want to do it in your home country. In the middle, the low value is distribution, manufacturing, assembly, all that kind of stuff. And at the end is branding and retailing. So if you are a country, a developed country, you want to keep in your own country, your own headquarters, the R&D, the branding and the retailing. And then you give the other stages to other countries. So I started to think about this a few years ago when I was in Vietnam, because Vietnam is a country which has benefited from globalization more than any other. Samsung, you're familiar with Samsung. Samsung factories in Vietnam represent 5% of Vietnamese GDP on their own, because there is so much investment there. Why is there so much investment there? You can say on the one hand because there are lots of people willing to work, education system is good. You can say on the other hand, the government makes the workers work for nothing, because the government is autocratic. Anybody who complains is in trouble. Okay, so this is not always going to be a good thing, right? There are negative elements to everything. But Vietnam has progressed because of this globalization. They do all of the assembly, the manufacturing in their country and have benefited from this. Economic development for a poorer country has two main phases: import substitution and then innovation. Here, you're still working on the import substitution phase. Innovation will come later on. Vietnam, not only is the economy based on globalization, but the whole safety and security of the country is. So Vietnam, at the end of the war, was boycotted by the Americans, because the Americans don't like losing wars. You'd think they'd get used to it by now, because they lose so many of them, but no, they still don't like it. And so they want to punish the Vietnamese people and the Vietnamese government through a boycott. So in return, Vietnam had to make friends with China. Now, Vietnam was colonized by China for 999 years, which is worse than we British did, and longer. And Vietnamese and Chinese have long memories. And at the one hand, they don't like each other, they really don't like each other. On the other hand, they are locked together to obtain the benefits of globalization. What will happen if, as a result of Russian invasion of Ukraine, China and Russia go one way, America and the West go the other way? Which way will Vietnam choose? Which way will Thailand choose? Part 3, which way will Nepal have to choose? Okay, so this could be a seriously negative thing, right? Because there's not a good answer to that question. Thailand, we have what they call bamboo diplomacy. So bamboo will fly in the wind like this. So the wind goes this way, the bamboo goes that way. The wind comes the other way, like this. Can you do the same thing here? This is the question to ask. Okay, this is not the only reason for deglobalization. We have other motives and motivations. First is the global climate emergency. Right? We know from watching the television and from all sources of information that the world is on the verge of being completely screwed. Right? We have fires, we have floods, we have everything, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Why is it getting worse? Because of the continued use of fossil fuels and because countries insist on keeping on growing. So if we keep growing and growing and growing, the planet will give up, it will collapse. We will all die. Being in a high elevation, you will survive for a while, but when your brothers and sisters from India and China say, oh, please share, let us share the land with you, and you will open your arms and say, yes, come, we have as much land as we need. Or you will say, no, clear off, it's our land, you can't have it. Secondly, the pressure on resources, right? Especially on things like water. Clean water around the world is being used up very rapidly. Bangkok, where I live, so much water is sucked up from under the groundwater. Bangkok is sinking. Unless they start to build a serious barrier around the whole of Bangkok, we're going to be underwater in 10 or 20 years. Not fun. Okay? Not only is it not fun, it's extremely dangerous because you get all kinds of waterborne diseases which will kill people. Secondly, decoupling. This is the one that I mentioned, right? With US and China going to fall out so badly that they will no longer speak to each other. Fourth one, equity and distribution. Is it fair that we live in a world in which some people are incredibly rich and many people are incredibly poor? Is this really a good system to be living in? And is it a stable or sustainable system? If you are poor, and somebody says, let's have a revolution, you say, well, what have I got to lose? I'm poor. What are they going to do? Make me poorer? I'm already poor. The more poverty there is, the more inequality there is, the more likelihood there is of social disorder, leading to revolutions, riots, all kinds of terrible things. And the fifth one is technology. We are inclined to think, or at least I am inclined to think, especially in Britain, we are inclined to think technology can improve forever. We follow Moore's law in the semiconductor, it will improve, improve, improve. But there are plenty of reasons to think, and there is a book by Danny Dorling, if you're interested, I can recommend to you, who explains in many different sectors that technology has already reached its limit. We can't get much better. In fact, things are likely to become worse before they improve. When I was a kid living in England, in the winter, we didn't see any fruit. We grow apples, we have a few pears. For Christmas, we would buy oranges because oranges were a special treat. Now when I go to England, every day, throughout the year, mangoes and pineapples and all kinds of exotic fruit. For us, it's still exotic fruit. And baby sweet corn. Oh, I didn't know there was such thing as baby sweet corn. Where does baby sweet corn come from? It comes from Thailand. It is flown to England all year round. Okay, nice, we have baby sweet corn, but it's also destroying the world. Is it really worth having? So there's a range of different reasons for people to think about deglobalization in different ways. Political, social, environmental, ecological, and so on. So if you read my book, and if you want to buy my book, I can give you special price. I tried to go into, in a bit more detail, all of these things. So I drew up this kind of diagram to explain the different areas of possible deglobalization that we can look at. So within simplification, I have the equity-based things, we have the aesthetic things. So throughout history, we've had many examples of people who want to live a simpler life. Maybe they want to be a hermit living in a cave or in a forest. Maybe they just want to have less stuff, right? Japanese people, they often have this idea that, especially because they tend to live in very small houses, they can't keep buying new stuff all the time because there's nowhere to put it. So they try to live a simpler life. Okay, that's also a form of deglobalization because it's reducing the pressure of globalization. And you see the other things that we have here. Destabilization could be accidental. So we had earlier the example of the ship that crashed into the Suez Canal. At that time, I was in Vietnam, waiting to return to Thailand, because I was living on my own in Vietnam. We had a COVID family situation, right? We hadn't been together for more than a year. I decided, okay, I'll go back to Thailand. So I had a few extra books and stuff I wanted to ship back to Thailand, and I asked the shipping company. They said there are no containers. All the containers are in America or Western countries because they're made, stuff is made in the East, sent to America, but America's not doing anything, so they're not coming back. And if they do come back, they can't get through the Suez Canal. As a result, the cost of shipping stuff took 4 times as long and 5 times as expensive. Okay, so this kind of thing affects everybody as accidental destabilization. Deliberate political destabilization, we have many countries where nationalism is taking place, and nationalism is a turn inwards. A nationalistic country, a country with nationalism, looks at itself and not at other people. And in my opinion, this is a negative step. Now, you don't need me to tell you which countries are promoting nationalism at the moment and whether this is a good thing or not. I think it's always a bad thing. You don't have to agree with me, right? You're not going to get extra points in the exam for agreeing with me. And degrowth is the effort to actually deliberately become smaller because it's the only way that we can survive into the future. I have been reading recently that nuclear fusion has taken place and that it's possible that this will give us unlimited free energy in the future. But I will note that the machine they used to do this cost $500 million, and they did it once. And for a power plant to be successful and efficient, it has to do it 10 times per second, every day, every week, every month of the year. So there's a bit of a way to go there. What happens when deglobalization takes place without proper preparation? And this is what we British people did to ourselves in the case of Brexit. Brexit was sold to the British people through lies and racism and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure you've been following it in the newspapers. As a result, people said, once this happens, all kinds of wonderful things, all kinds of good things will happen. And so people made no preparation. Said, okay, we take back control. We are in charge. We can set our own laws. Can you set your own law? If you sent your ambassadors to Indian government, said, we want to change the law, we want to change our agreements with you, Indian government would say, no, that's not the way we do things. We have made these international arrangements. You stick to them because you signed up. You did this. You can't just change them and expect us to give you a better deal just because you want it. And that is what has happened. 52% of voters voted to leave. These days it would be less. And if there were to be another vote, people would vote to go back in. But the EU would not have us. Right now, we're a country full of liars and cheats. Why would you want to deal with that? They've got a lot of other stuff going on. We have reduced economic growth. People have less respect for us. We have no power to do anything, or less power to do anything. And the country is still divided. Completely along these lines. It's so divided that no politicians will even talk about it. Because to talk about it will bring about more division. And no one wins as a politician. Well, few people win when there is division. If you're Donald Trump, you think you can win with division. But most other people don't. We have lost reputation, we've lost status, we're a divided country, we're a weaker country, we're a poorer country, and we're a worse country because of it. So if there is going to be deglobalization taking place, we have to prepare for it. This is what I mean partly by saying pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Right? Unless we can see all these terrible things that have happened, how can we hope to improve the situation? So what are the implications of this? I'm going to take just 2 minutes to finish off. Okay, so most rapidly industrializing nations have done so, have been successful under conditions of globalization. If globalization is no longer taking place, are you going to have to change the way you think about the development of your economy, and what is that going to mean? Secondly, global problems require global solutions, right? If only some countries are going to try to deal with climate change, it's not going to work, right? Everybody has to sign up to it together. Therefore, we need more agreement and cooperation between nations and not less. Transnational cooperation reduces tensions and enhances cooperation. Again, I go back to my time in Vietnam. Vietnamese government has signed up to as many international and transnational agreements as it can because they want to speak to the Chinese. The Chinese don't want to talk to anybody unless they want to talk to somebody, right? You know what they're like. So the more times you have a meeting about river management, or about who owns the islands, or about, you know, who owns the birds, or anything, is a more chance to make relationship with them and therefore enhance the security of the country. And finally, one of the questions I started with, if this does take place, will smaller countries have to choose sides? And if so, how are you going to make the choice about which side to choose? And what are you going to do about the people who make the other choice? That's it.
Thank you, Professor John Waltz, for your brilliant keynote speech on the threat of deglobalization. And thank you very much for highlighting some poorer countries, what they have to do, the innovations, how the innovations will take place. And of course, thank you for highlighting the pressure on the resources. And your key message, I'm sure, that the resources are very limited, whereas the expectations are unlimited. And of course, deglobalization is somewhere there, coming as a lion, going to kill us tomorrow. Let's see. Okay, thank you so much. It's a brilliant keynote speech. Of course, even in terms of the delivery, the technique, and the stories that you have brought from the Vietnam and of course, the other stories. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being with us. And I'm sure our audience have enjoyed a lot. Now, we are again moving, as you know, we are the hybrid conference today. So again, we are switching on to the online deliveries coming up from the international arena. On the online, the next keynote, eminent keynote speaker we have is Dr. Vladimir Moskvan, the educator, the expert educator in Czech Republic. So I will hand over this mic to Dr. Vladimir Moskvan. IT team, please. Let's welcome him, please. Yeah, big round of applause. We have a mass of hundreds of scholars. Dr. Vladimir, you can start your keynote now for 15 minutes, sir. 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. Namaste. I am drinking nice tea, but I know from you, Defraj, that the best tea is Tokla tea. And thank you for...
It's Tokla.
Thank you for giving me lessons about fantastic Nepalese and Indian food and about culture and so on. So it was very nice to be together in Masaryk University in Brno. Okay, what shall I say now? Of course, being a teacher, I prepared something for you. But the more I listen, I have the feeling that I will have to improvise. Anyway, improvisation is something like adaptation. And this is something I would like to talk about because I am a headmaster and at the same time, I am a person living in wine industry. So I have two faces, and meeting and observing many people can give you good picture of soft skills, which I think is connected to the topics, the speakers, by the way, amazing speakers, amazing topics, amazing conference. So I'm very happy and thank you very much for inviting me. So what can be my message? Partly my experience and partly what we do in, I dare to say, innovative schools in Brno. We are trying in our curriculum to promote things like responsibility, self-reliance, individual work, but at the same time, cooperation, effectiveness, and reflection. I am sure it sounds familiar to you all because it is closely connected to competencies. And we need competencies to build up a new society. Actually, my connection to Masaryk University is also based on topic which can be called leadership. So, but how to tell it in a nutshell? My favorite tools for leading people is, first of all, ability to listen to others. And it was said before several times here, empathy, flexibility, and I prefer positive attitude in spite of the fact that we live in the crisis. And of course, we have to overcome crises. For me, it's also important things like speaking languages. Online meeting is a absolutely perfect tool, but to be very open, I would prefer to be among you with a glass of nice wine and or tea, and talk more about the topic. But of course, I respect the time. I respect all of you. For me, this is a great chance to be with you, but I think it's more or less enough what I wanted to say. So thank you very much. I see the audience, and I feel something spiritual. Always Nepal for me is connected with something spiritual, something strong, and it emanates from all of you. So I wish you lots of success, lots of health, and thank you, Dev, and of course others for organizing amazing, excellent, perfect conference. I'm so happy, and I am watching on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vladimir, Mosque 1, for starting with the example of your innovative school, actually connecting the theme of the paradigm shift today. So that's, of course, and thank you for highlighting, featuring the paradigm shift in terms of the responsibilities, cooperation, collaboration, of course, and also the ability to listen to others. That's something is the key takeaway from you We have to have the empathy, the feeling of empathy. Then only we can succeed, we can go ahead, and we can go together, grow together. That's what you have said in your keynote speech. Thank you so much, Vladimir. And also, thank you so much for reminding me, Czech Republic, Brno, and Masaryk University. Next keynote speaker we have online again is from UK. She is Professor Dr. Jill Atkins. I'm sure she's there online on Zoom, IT team. So she is our keynote speaker. She delivered the keynote speech even in the last year conference. And again, we have invited her. We requested her to come to Nepal, visit Nepal, but it was unfortunately not that possible. However, she has made it possible to deliver her speech, keynote speech online, and I'm sure she is there. Yes, I can see Professor Jill Atkins, so I will hand over this mic to you, Professor, for 15 minutes.
Thank you. Namaste, and thank you very much for inviting me. I would like to share some slides, so I'm going to try and share. I've also sent them to the organizer. If I can share my screen. Can everybody see the slides?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Yes?
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay. So thank you again for asking me. I'm going to talk about an academic paper which I'm writing at the moment. And it does really integrate with ideas of ecology and issues to do with climate change and all of the challenges that we face at the moment. It's a paper which I'm writing with several other people, several academics, with Federica Doni from Italy, Karen McBride from Portsmouth in the UK, and also Professor Christopher Napier. And the title of the paper is Exploring the Historical Roots of Environmental and Ecological Accounting from the Dawn of Human Consciousness. So it's quite an interesting piece of work, but it does have practical implications, as you'll see at the end, for how we look at accounting and how we look at what accounting should be to make a better world, to deal with the ecological disasters that we're facing, as Professor John Walsh was discussing earlier. So this paper is actually an editorial paper for a special issue of one of our leading accounting journals, Accounting, Auditing and Accountability Journal, which looks at the historical roots of what we mean by environmental and ecological accounting. So obviously we know accounting is something that companies produce for their shareholders, but in interdisciplinary accounting research, of which there is a huge amount around the world at the moment, interdisciplinary and critical accounting research explores other forms of accounting and tries to understand what we mean by accounting in a historical sense as well. So in this paper, we look at broadening the agenda for ecological accounting particularly, across a number of dimensions, looking at different forms of what we mean by accounting for the environment in a historical context. And we've had a lot of papers submitted to this special issue. Hopefully a special issue will come out in 2023. And there are some really interesting topics there from all around the world. So the aims of this paper are to explore the historical roots of environmental ecological accounting, to demonstrate that rather being a secondary, relatively recent development that has emerged from financial accounting and reporting in the 1990s, etc., environmental and ecological accounts actually predate financial accounting by thousands and thousands of years. That means really that people have tried to provide accounts of the environment and ecological issues from the dawn of human time, in fact. We want to extend the form of environmental ecological accounting to open paths for researchers in accounting and finance, and to demonstrate the diverse cultural international roots of environmental accounting. And we finish by proposing a new definition of accounting, which is fit for the 21st century. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go through a lot of these ideas quite quickly. What we mean by environmental and ecological accounting, these two things are linked, but they're not exactly the same. So in the academic literature, environmental accounting tends to look at accounting for what we call negative externalities, such as pollution, effects of human activity on the environment. Whereas ecological accounting research tends to look at how we bring what we call deep ecology, protection of nature, into accounting. And that often includes defining stories of nature and writings on nature. So some of the recent literature in the academic accounting research field, which you may be aware of, looks at different aspects of what we call ecological accounts, from river pollution in the 19th century to accounting for wood in a forest and trees in 2014, accounting for rivers by Diane Russell, and quite a few other papers that are leading in this area of research, which we would call interdisciplinary alternative accounting research. So there are lots of calls from the accounting history literature for people to explore historical roots of ecological environmental accounts. Carnegie and Napier, who are leading professors in accounting history research, say that we should be looking at how earlier individuals and organizations used a form of accounting to enable, or in some cases disempower, sustainability, and to look at how the powerful have an impact on nature. Also, Carnegie and Napier in 1996, as you can see at the bottom there, emphasised the need to widen the notion of what we mean by an account or an archive beyond traditional accounting-based materials, to look at things like diaries, for example, letters, other forms of account and recording. So what we do in the paper, and I'll spend a very little amount of time on this obviously, is we start by looking at rock art, which is cave paintings, because from our point of view, these are the first accounts left by human beings at the dawn of human consciousness of the environment around them. We don't know exactly why they produced these paintings, but if we look at the depictions of animals in rock and cave art, we can see that these are ecological accounts from the very first steps taken by humanity to record and to communicate through art. The earliest human account is 35,400 years old. It's the earliest ecological account, and it's a representation of a babirusa, or pig deer, in Indonesia. It's been dated at 35,400 years old, and it's the earliest form of account or recording by humans of nature. Obviously predates financial accounting by 40,000 years. We look at plants and we can see, going back to Roman and Greek times, records of different types of plants that were produced by medicinal purposes, which became commercial purposes. This is the very early use of flora and fauna, basically of nature, in commercialization. And the accounts of plant species were some of the first ecological accounts produced by people, where species were actually named and drawn as well. So we have ecological accounts of plants going back to London in the 14th century, for example, attempts to commercialize trade in plants with fruit trees and apples and pears, and lists of plants produced around 1500 in the UK, an ancestor of the lists made for commercial purposes. I also actually have a similar list of plants for commercial purposes, medicinal plants, for Nepal, which is something that I include in the paper, which is quite interesting, Nepalese medicinal plants. Then we can look, for example, at the East India Company. I mean, there's so many examples of this type of thing. And the East India Company, operating in the Far East in the 17th and 18th centuries, made a record, a written record, of all of the 729 plants which were on the lands in which they operated in the Far East. And they were clearly called to account by the East India Company to look at an inventory, basically, of the vegetation of the company's overseas possessions. So we can see that even in the 17th century, there were records, ecological accounts and audits of plants by the East India Company. Another area that we look from an interdisciplinary perspective is what we call nature diaries, which are personal accounts of ecology, of flowers, of nature, produced by various individuals throughout the ages. And as you see at the bottom of the slide there, there's a paper produced by myself and Warren Maroon, published in AAAJ last year, on the nature diaries of Gilbert White, who was an individual in the 18th century who recorded biodiversity in detail. It gives us a 250-year-old account of what nature was like at that time. He records all the species of animals and plants that he saw. And in this paper, we look at a lady's diary, again from the 19th century, of all of the different biodiversity that she saw around her. So this is another example of an ecological account. We also look at poetry. I can send a copy of the paper to anybody who's interested in reading more detail. We look at how poems through time in different languages and different cultures represent a recording or an account of nature and ecology. We also look at music, and I'm not going to spend much more time on these things. So in terms of reflecting on the importance of accounting for biodiversity and accounting for ecology, how can we bring these ideas to look at what the future of accounting should be now? A holistic ecological account needs to include all the dimensions of ecological value. What do we mean by ecological value? Not just financial value of species and biodiversity, commercial value, but also spiritual, cultural, aesthetic value of species and biodiversity and nature around us. How do we preserve that for future generations? It seems for our analysis that since the dawn of human consciousness, humans have attempted to account for nature and species using whatever forms of communicative language they had at their fingertips, from rock art to botanical drawings, to scripts, to weaving, tapestry, artwork, nature diaries, literature. Why have they done this? We can only guess at a motivation. It may be that people have always recognized the value of species and nature, not merely some sense of commercial value, but a wider understanding of the beauty and spiritual and cultural value of biodiversity and nature. We see evidence of spiritual value being expressed through rock art. Accounts should therefore include beauty as a form of value. This is something that's been highlighted by Professor Glenn Lehman, Australian professor in environmental accounting. Beauty as part of accounting is something that needs to be focused on in accounting for the future. Accounting is a natural human activity. That's something we could discuss. Perhaps it's the fragility and transitory nature of species that has always motivated people from the earliest times to try and capture flora and fauna in some enduring form to hold its beauty and give permanency. The blossoming of a flower, which is so beautiful, is over so quickly that it compels people to account for that beauty in whatever form they can. Accounting may have evolved from a deep human need to record things. Again, that's a phrase that, we could discuss. So what's wrong with accounting today? Well, it comes back to what John Walsh was saying, business, the way that globalization has worked, the way that commercialization works around the world is destroying the natural environment. It's destroying all of the ecological richness of our planet. If the reform agenda in accounting developed concepts of beauty and truth and departed from closed world thinking, it would be motivated less by corporate and instrumental logic and driven more to enact meaningful environmental change. These are the words again of Glenn Lehman in 2017 in one of his publications. Professor Carnegie, again from Australia, published a new definition of accounting last year, where he's putting this up really for debate and for exploration as to how we can change accounting to make the world a better place. And he says that accounting is a technical, social and moral practice concerned with the sustainable utilization of resources and proper accountability to stakeholders to enable the flourishing of organizations, people and nature. So we can see an ecological element in that definition. This is our definition from our new paper, that accounting is a technical, social, ecological, holistic, inclusive and moral practice concerned with the sustainable utilization of resources and proper accountability to human and non-human stakeholders. So that includes other species, to enable the flourishing of organizations, societies, people and nature produced by a diversity of accountants and constituting multidimensional media forms of expression, expressing beauty and truth. So in conclusion, if we are to in any way stem the current tide towards species extinctions, which are going on everywhere around the world, ecological destruction, and ultimately self-annihilation, accounting is one of many mechanisms under our control that must be transformative and emancipatory, where emancipation in this sense is the saving of our natural world and of ourselves. So that's really what I wanted to say today. As I say, I do have a paper, a draft paper, if anybody would like me to share it. And, you know, that's our message really, transformation of accounting.
Thank you, Professor Jill Atkins. Thank you so much for your very academic and research-supported presentation, keynote speech, also with examples. And it's time to think how we keep the ecological accounting, of course. And also it's time to research on this biodiversity. So thank you so much for your very smart presentation with all the stories of the ecological things, and also your emphasis on that accounting ecology is more important than accounting finance. It is not for the financial viability and the performance, rather for the spirituality and the humanity. That's what we have taken your key message. Thank you so much, Professor Jill Atkins, for this contribution. And now we have the last speaker. He is our international advisor, Professor Sanjay Satipathy. He is the Vice Chancellor of Kalahandi University. He is the session chair for this keynote session, the last session chair, concluding the session in 10 minutes. Professor Sanjay Satipathy, I hand over this mic to you, sir. And welcome to the conference, sir. Professor, you got to unmute your mic. Hello. Professor Sanjay Satipathy, please unmute your mic and then. Yes, we are still not hearing. Yeah, can you please fix up your mic and then conclude this session with your observation and intellectual remarks, of course. We are not hearing you, sir. Could you please unmute your mic? So for the timing, as he is arranging his technology,
Am I audible now, dear?
Yes, now you are audible, please.
I'm audible? Okay.
Hello. Yes, you are audible, sir. You can start your keynote speech, and please try to conclude this session with your remarks and observations. Professor Sanjay Satipathy.
Yes, I listened the speeches, mind-blowing and very, very thought-provoking. So I welcome all of you who are bracketed in this global conference. And I should start with a typical presentation in one keynote speech, that the world is now divided into incredibly rich and incredibly poor people. We are to be more inclined towards a society than industry. That is very, very important of the time and the call of the time, we can say. And the way we are proceeding, we account for the things. The accounting is not restricted to the financial matters, but social and other matters. We have our social responsibilities, and like corporate social responsibility, we have institutional social responsibility. If the question will come why, I may be in India, Nepal, Czech, or any other country of the world, I know I am indebted with many things to many people. I am indebted to all those people who have nurtured my mother before my birth, after my birth. I am indebted to the schools which have reared me up, reared my knowledge. I am indebted to the educational institutions, my college, my university. Even I am indebted to all those people who have constructed the roads, buildings, and from the cornfields to the people at the borders who make us safe. My accounts, my debts are to all of them. So whenever an opportunity comes, we have to help others. Today morning, just the book which came across my mind, that is The World of Three Zeros by Muhammad Yunus. The new economics of zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero net carbon emission has been reflected there. Keeping that in view, we should have a noble venture that the world, the environment is given to us. The oxygen which we take, Corona time has decided the accounts of it, how many lakhs it may cost when you get it in the hospital. So that indebtedness is to be there. We have to be more inclined toward the society so that we will sustain, the society will sustain, the world will sustain. The sustainability is the undertone of all the speeches which I listen from Himachalam Dasraju to Vladimir and the madam from UK. So I thank all of you, and I wish the nice undertones of the speeches may be carried on with proper sensibility, and we will look to the sustainability of the globe, sustainability of our land, our village. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our session chair and international advisor, for concluding this session as well. Now the keynote session has been concluded with all the remarks and the keynote speeches. Hereafter, I request my colleague, associate coordinator of this 4th Global International Conference, Dr. Akshay Arora, to continue with the parallel session and to handle the parallel sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for bearing with me.
Thank you so much, sir. Requesting the IT team to please take care of the banner now. We'll move on to the next session. Now, just to begin it, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers from across the world who are watching us. It's an international one from different countries being held, and I'm sure everyone is there with us online and watching us. So now we have come to the last session of the day, right? The most important one rather, the parallel sessions. Now we will begin the parallel sessions, and in this part of the conference, the paper presentations will take place. And we have divided this into 6 parallel sessions. The first one, I'll just have the names of the session chair, and I will request those session chairs to be in the rooms, and also the participants and the presenters. Now, in this part of the conference, we will have session 1 will be chaired, the theme of the session is marketing management, and it will be chaired by Dr. Preeti Bella, and it will take in room number 801. So we have just one floor down. May I request the participants as Dr. Magrani Somakeshra. She'll be coming online. And we have Arati Oja, Mr. Nikesh Maharjan, Sushant Mahapatra, Sabi Magar, Adarsh Joshi, Avinash Shrestha, Anjali Shrestha, Manoj Bohra, to please be in room number 801. Coming to the second one, corporate, it will be on corporate and technology management, and it will be chaired by Professor Dr. Deep Bahadur Rawal sir, and it will take place in room number 802. Now, telling the names of the people who are going to present: Abhinay Jaiswal, probably he'll join online; Nishal Kotu, Ranjana Kumari Duar, Dipankar Sherpa, Dr. Binod Ghimire, Amanullah Ansari, Vikas Adhikari, Purnima Loeju, Bhim Chandra Gautam, Rajendra Ojha, Manoj Bohra, Sheelu Neva. May I request all these people to be in room number 802. Coming on to the session third. The session third is on the HR management theme, and it will be chaired by Professor Dr. C.P. Rijal. And the participants and the presenters will be Dr. Robin Kaushal, Kishore Gautam, Gaurav Ojha, Sushant Marasini, Believe Khanal, Sharmila Giri, Uttam Paudel, Prazima Nupane, Abhinav Chaudhary, Manisha Rana. May I request all these people to be in room number 803. Coming on to session number 4. Session number 4 will be on finance and insurance management. And this is going to be chaired by Professor Dr. John Walsh. And this is going to take place in room number 805. The presenters are Shaini Thankachan and Dr. Mr. Venkatam Manaiya. They both will be joining online. Then we have got Dirga Sharma Upadhyay, Ratnesh Kumar Dev, Sabina Bhoju, Niranjan Dev Kota, Dr. V. Shumuskun, Joginder Goyat, Mani Lamsal, Preeti Shah, Madan Belbase, Durga Bhandari. May I request all these people to be in room number 805. Parallel session 5, which is themed on bank, business and hospitality management. This will be chaired by Dr. Atendra Dahal, and this will take place here in this hall itself. So the presenters are Emma, Brigitte, and V. Shunmugusdaran. They will be joining us online. And then we have got Surendra Shrestha, Dr. Pushpa Maharjan, Reet Rijal, Jayashankar Thakur, Krishna Dhakal, Mahima Karki, Umesh Rijal, Dinesh Katayat, and Urvashi Neva, along with Mr. Nozal Kurala at the last. This will happen in the same hall. May I request these participants to remain in this hall and get ready with the presentations. Parallel session 6, the GRP defense, will be chaired by Professor Dr. Devraj Paneru. I am just calling you Professor Doctor, so in a future time we'll have soon. So Dr. Devraj Paneru will chair this session, and this will be in room number 806. May I request all the presenters that I mentioned the names of to contact the respective IT members in the room, share their presentations to the IT people, and they'll start the things. So may I request now everyone to please move to their allocated places. Atendra Dahal sir, you'll be here with us. All the other viewers, you can be at any place. We request you to be here so we can see you from here. You can see from online. Please. We'll conclude from here, sir. From here itself. Yes. The session will be concluded from the... A quick update that the presenters will be given only 10 minutes time. Dr. Preeti Billa will be in room number 801 on the first, just one floor below this. All the other viewers, you can be here with us in this conference room, or if you wish to see the proceedings happening live, you can go in the rooms as well. One of the session will have it here, so you can be here itself. Also, we'll be switching the screens from time to time to all the sessions that we have got. So there will be total 6 sessions happening. May I request volunteers to please get this banner changed. Also, may I request the IT volunteer to give a mic to Dr. Atin Dahal. Yeah. I'm just reminding the volunteers to be there on the stage to help the team to get the banner changed. And also, IT volunteer to please give a mic to Dr. Atendra Dahal. Presenters are requested to please contact the IT to give their presentations to them. As we have 3 presenters online in this session, which is going to happen in the hall, may I request the IT team to check if Emma is there online with us. We have got Emma and 3 members from second presentation. That's Brigitte, Daria and Lisa from Graz. Are they online with us? If you could check, please.
Check. Hello.
May I request Deepra sir, Prakash sir to please check if Emma is online with us. Emma Brigitte is online with us. Please check.
Okay.
Emma, hi. Can you hear her, please?
Yes, hi. Good evening. Good morning. I check if you hear Marta because I don't see her.
Hi, Emma. Can you hear us now? I can hear you and I can see you as well.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, but I.
Hey, you Martha. Martha is with us.
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Martha, welcome to the 4th International Conference. And we will be.
Yes, because it is a joint work and Marta she presents.
Okay. So may I request you to please share the screen if you are requiring to share a presentation. Both are here now. I can see both of the people here on the screen.
It says to me that I'm disabled to share the screen.
Give me a second. Probably the IT team is getting it sorted. And
Thank you.
The screen will be shared soon.
Hello.
We'll begin, sir. 1 minute, she'll begin. Are you able to share the screen now? Okay, so now I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Atendra Dahal, who is the session chair, and I'll take your leave and come back once the session gets over. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello.
So I can start the presentation.
Just a second.
Okay. Sorry, you tell me.
No worries. So hello, good afternoon one and all here in this hall. I would love to request all the presenters to be quite prepared, ready, and it would equally be better that if you seat yourself in the row and first. That would be easy to you to come there on the dais. It's an immense pleasure to me to chair today's parallel session in 4th Global International Conference. This is me, Atendra Dahal, Professor, Kathmandu School of Law, Purvanchal University, Nepal. Here I would love to extend hearty congratulations in advance and wish that each presenter shall be making very structured, obstructionless and smooth session or presentation of your research findings here. I really love to apologize that I would not be at position of making justice to you of having an additional time. given the time limitation, each of presenters shall be requested to complete presentation in sharp 10 minutes. If there shall be any obstruction from the chair because your time exceeds, I'm really sorry, you do have to abide with that. With this note, and expecting everybody else to have a wonderful presentation, and extending Gillian Ton's congratulations in advance, and extending best wish too, I would love to first call upon the presenter in an online mode, Madam Ima, if I'm not wrong to spell you or pronounce you. Yeah, please, you can proceed on.
First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Atindro Dal, for the presentation, and very happy to have the opportunity to participate to this conference. I'm Marta Friela from University Milan, and I'm here with the colleague Emma Zavarrone, also from University, to present an ongoing paper on which we are working about challenges for the post-COVID tourism, the perspective of tourism managers. So what is the background of this paper? This paper comes from the observation that human capital, we know that plays a key role in developing the competitiveness of destinations and tourist products. But despite the centrality of these topics and of the human capital plays in tourism, we know there are a number of criticalities related to tourism human capital development and also on the attractiveness of jobs in tourism. But this issue of tourist human capital becomes has become more and more important during the pandemic and also for recovery. So based on tourist literature on human capital, we decided to investigate, that has investigated the topic from many different perspectives. We decided to investigate two main research questions. First of all, we wanted to understand if the perspective of tourism managers before and after the COVID had different views about identifying the challenge factors in the tourist competitiveness. Then our second research question was to understand if these expectations and challenge factors could be clustered with respect to specific characteristics of tourism human capital. For example, with respect to their experience, education, training, etc. So to answer to these two research questions, we did a survey, one in 2019 and one in 2020, in cooperation with a company, Italian consultancy company, Giaccardi and Associati, interviewing hotel owners, managers, and also managers of regional tourism authorities. The questionnaire was made up of different sections. So we looked at the demo-social aspects, challenge factors, expectations for the futures, motivations in working in the tourism industry, and also their future view about tourism. So first of all, we focus on the challenge factors, which were defined in 2019 on innovation of the tourist offer, the reputation of the country and the brand, the Italian brand, tourist brand, and the quality of the offer. In 2020, we identified education, health issues related to the tourist product, innovation in the tourist product, reputation of the destination, and sustainability issues. Of course, if Emma in the meantime wants to add something, which methodology we adopted to answer to the first research question, we used a logistic regression model, selecting innovation and health as the two candidate proxies of resilience, of the resilient construct. And then to answer to research question 2, we use a latent class analysis. This to identify subgroups of operators and identified if the characteristics of the managers influenced their view about the challenge factors in tourism. As we do not have that much time, I will skip the details about the methodology, but of course we shared all the materials with the conference organization. So I go directly to some of the results. The respondents were it was quite a good a good survey. We saw we had a good representation both of male and female respondents from owners, CEOs of tourist businesses, managers, consultants, and regional directors. We see that from the 2 years, the level of specialization increased, and also in the second year, we saw a growth of respondents with longer experience in tourism. First of all, we investigated their future vision of on tourism. Of course, not surprisingly, in 2020, expectations were less positive than 2019. So there was a decrease in positivity about the future. But it is interesting to look at which were defined as the main challenge factors in the 2 years. So in 2019, innovation was selected as the most important challenge factor. So innovation in the tourism offer, and by all operators, and reputation and quality of the offer are more important, especially for managers and consultants.
Only 2 minutes more.
Sorry, okay. So maybe I can go directly here. You can see some of the changes between the 2 years analyzed. So I go directly to the conclusions, because with regard to the first research question, we can see that there was a shift of focus between 2019 and 2020 from a more market-oriented view, so more focus on destination branding and quality of competitors as challenge factors, to a higher interest in innovation and health issues in 2020. So in some way, the pandemic made professionals to focus more on innovation issues. It is interesting with regard to the second research question to see that higher education comes out as an engine for resilience. So to have a well-trained and specialized how can we say, tourist workforce and human capital in tourism emerge as very important competitive factors. And also that older people which have a lot of experience but are less trained in tourism have a more conservative view about the challenge factors for the tourism industry. So these are some preliminary results, and the research is ongoing, so we hope to have also other results to be published and shared in the next future. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I was in time.
So thank you very much, presenter. We are really glad to have an insightful remarks from Ishai. If any industry that was ever made much vulnerable because of COVID was obviously tourism, and probably the sector needs to have a very powerful input to reboost and reformat it from the base level. Thank you, presenter, for your wonderful presentation. We are glad to have you here in this session. Now I'd like to invite another presenter, Brigitte Berbuck. The title of presentation will be How Valuable Are University Business Incubators for Students in Croatia? You are welcome in the session, presenter.
Actually, she's not present.
She's not present there? Who shall be the next?
We'll go with the next.
Order to dinu paryo ni ta khoi If she is not available there, is the next presenter available? No? Okay, fine. So now, we'll be resuming with the online presenters quite later, once they are available there. We'll be starting an offline defense or presentation of your research papers. All the presenters who have registered here into offline category are requested to be standby and be ready for your presentation. The first I love to call Surendra Shrestha, Faculty, Global College International, and he shall be sharing very important ideas to this hall on gender and school selection factors. Surendra sir, the floor is to you. So, since Surendra also will be there with us after a couple of minutes, without any ado, I would love to call Dr. Pushpa Maharjan, Faculty Public Youth Campus TU Nepal, to proceed with her presentation. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So, my topic is knowledge creation process for organizational creativity and performance in hospitality industry. So, after this COVID, or at the time of COVID, it is very difficult to grow our business, especially hospitality industry. It affected most of the industries or organization, but especially in hospitality industry, it is very difficult to recover or run our business. So my topic is this knowledge creation process, how we can create knowledge or extract knowledge from the organization or from the employees to use in organization. Without extracting the knowledge of employees, that is useless for the organization. So that's why the organization should use various types of techniques, how we can extract the knowledge from the employees. They have various talented knowledge, but if management can't extract those knowledge for the organizational growth, then it is useless. So that's why my topic is on the basis of how an organization can extract. Especially I used 4 techniques. Those are socialization, externalization, combination, and internalization to exploit or to use the knowledge for the organization. Please. Yes. Especially knowledge creation is defined as continuous process in which the knowledge created by individuals becomes available and employed within the organization's knowledge system. So it is defined by Krog and these so many authors. So in this, especially the knowledge creation is very difficult, and it is very, at the same time, very important factor for the organization. So this study attempts to examine knowledge. This study attempts to examine knowledge creation process, organizational creativity, and their impacts on organizational performance in the hospitality industry in view of the identified gap. So it focuses on how knowledge creation process following the externalization, especially socialization, externalization, combination, and internalization model of, it was developed by Nonanka and Takichu in 1995. It doesn't work. Okay, thank you. So the main objective of this study is to evaluate the relationship between knowledge creation process, organizational creativity, and performance in the business of enterprises. Especially I have taken hotel, travel agencies, trekking agencies, and other hospitality industries for the study. So this is the conceptual framework. In this, especially these four factors are variables are the knowledge creation process. Those are CI, and this organizational creativity is the moderating variable, and how these independent variables, socialization, externalization, combination, and internalization affect the organizational creativity, and how this organizational creativity affects in organizational performance, means employees' performance. So in this study, I have used descriptive research design, especially as the quantitative research questionnaire survey I have done. So in this primary data collected from executives, HR managers, HR employees, departmental heads, sales officer, marketing officers, finance officer, guest relation officer, public relation officers, and other human resources managers. So to collect this survey, or to collect the data delivered, and collection methods and online forms are given to them. So 382 responses from 97 forms were taken for the research. Especially in this research, I have taken regression analysis. So this is the regression equation for the study, as how the regression equation between the organizational creativity and knowledge creation processes, as well the regression equation between the organizational performance and organizational creativity. So this is the output. I think it is not visible well. On the basis of this regression analysis, this is for the estimated relationship between how these fundamental SECI affect the organizational creativity, and the next one is how the organizational creativity affect on organizational performance. So this is the conclusion. Especially all these SECI affect the organizational performance or organizational creativity positively. So key knowledge creation process such as SECI do influence to the organizational creativity positively. All of them affect positively to the organizational creativity. As well, the organizational creativity is positively significant predictor means positively affect to the organizational performance. So that's why the organization, especially the hospitality industry, should effectively manage knowledge creation and sharing. Managers should focus creating a work environment that allows peers to understand the craftsmanship and experts. They should share new knowledge through socialization by interaction and face-to-face practices. They should develop, hospitality industries should develop processes for transferring organizational knowledge to involves and absorbing knowledge from individuals into the organization. As well, the employees of the hospitality industry think creatively and seek new services and new techniques to satisfy the guest. So these are the main conclusion or finding of the research. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. We are really glad to have much important and insightful conclusion and the output of the research. I believe that hospitality is a sector that can contribute and credit our economy more than any other viable sector in the country. We are so glad to have you here in this conference. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir.
Have a wonderful
Thank you
time
all.
ahead.
Thank you, everyone.
Now I'll further like to call upon Sir Reet Rijal, Midwestern University MPhil candidate Nepal, to proceed with his presentation. After that, Jai Shankar Thakur, sir, I even request you to be in ready position for it. You will be serially called as per you have been given at the in-conference handbook. It would be better if you take your turn on the same order. Reet Rijal, MPhil candidate, MU, Midwestern University, Nepal.
Yes.
You can, ma'am, you can proceed with the presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. My name is Reet Rijal, and I'm recently MPhil graduated from Midwest University. And welcome you all. My today's presentation slide is Factors Influencing Staff Retention in the Nepalese Tourism and Hospitality Sector. The overall presentation will cover IMRD suggestions. These are the full form and acronym. And the introduction, as the presentation before also said, that how important is people with regard to hospitality sector. People are the most precious assets and human capital. They are the reservoir for knowledge, skill, and talent. Retaining in them is really essential because the turnover rate, if increases, there increase in the cost of the overall organizational performance. As the labor-intensive organization and one of the top hospitality is in the turnover rate, the GDP of Nepal has been contributed by service sector by 61%, as Sir said. So I have done many literature reviews and have concluded that there are sustainable amount of factors that could influence the retention. That the organization has brought many strategies, policies that could possibly bring out this staff retention in hospitality sector. The provision of various has been developed by the government as well. And these are the important literature reviews that must be looked over. And the factors that has been shown for my reviews are opportunities for training and development, compensation package, and moreover. And if I could connect some of the research for my presentation would be, these all are connected to staff retention and hospitality sector. Various factors were identified, but yet that remains unidentified in context of Nepalese tourism and hospitality sector. And therefore, the research has been survey-based investigation of staff retention factors applying both the traditional and modern construct. Therefore, the statement of problem reads that how do the various determinants of staff retention act upon real-life work setting in context of Nepal? the research objective. The main objective was to examine various factors that could potentially remain staff retention in tourism and hospitality sector in context of Nepal, more specifically to identify and examine the impact of various staff retention factors on staff retention in the context of Nepalese tourism and hospitality sector. The overall research is based on this conceptual framework, the independent variable. You can see at the left side of your and dependent variables. Independent variables, opportunities for career development growth, reward and benefits, opportunity process climate and work life, organization reputation and job prestige were you identified for the overall operation of this study. So the working hypothesis, basically, there was two hypothetical setup in two broad categories. If there is no significant difference in mean of total staff retention between demographic variables and key variables, and the other broad categories is if there is no significant impact of different independent variables on staff retention. Just an overview that how I conducted the overall research. Basically, I used the positivist approach because I needed those theories so that I can develop my own hypothesis. The research design, causal comparative research design was used in order to do the overall studies to know the causes and consequences of independent variables on dependent variables. Okay. I don't know what I did. Okay. Sorry for this. The population of were the all staff working in the tourism and hospitality sector. The total number of sample size was 404 staff working in different areas of tourism and hospitality sector. This strictly adherence to APA format, and the research has been concluded in this way. And sampling technique, judgmental and snowball sampling was used. Research structure, structured questionnaire. The data analysis were conducted by using both the descriptive and inferential analysis. And the limitation of my study was this July to December. The overall sector.
Presenter, you need to speed up.
Sorry, sure. I'll conclude. And the sectors that chosen for the study was hotel and restaurant, tourism and aviation, banking and financial institution, public health and medicine, education and communication sectors. Okay, and the respondent, the majority of the respondent of my study were the male, were in the age group of 21 to 40 years, working in different education and communication sectors, who had the experience of 10 years. And that the key finding of my study was to test the hypothesis. This study aimed at to find the difference among the staff retention across different demographic variables. Hence, concluded that age group, experience, and position has significant role on determining staff retention. Interestingly, as the respondent age group and years of experience increased, their level of staff retention also increased. So this is the final study conclusion. As this study, there is significant role of opportunity for development and growth, rewards and benefit, opportunity, organizational process climate, and work life, were the major for determining the staff retention in Nepalese hospitality sectors. So these are some of the suggestions to various top level of management, including policy implicators. Conducive policy requirements and operation systems should be used. Similarly, prevailing labor policies and rules should be uniformly implemented at various levels. And if I could just put out the managerial implications, innovative training and development initiatives should be taken Staff mentorship and coaching and health and safety programs should be boosted. A clear career path, challenging goals and appealing promotional strategies should be used. Two-way communication feedback system and sharing a craft shared vision to transform memorable experience among the user and rest of the stakeholders. If I could possibly suggest you to do any type of research, you can also do with this, because only 45% were explained by my variables, which were taken for the study. And
recording in progress.
And the more emphasis on tourism and hospitality should be done, because there is a hard culture of investigation in this sector. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so very much,
Thank you, sir.
Rijal. I believe that the findings and recommendations you have suggested shall be making so many industries beneficial for better implementation of those rules and regulations. They shall be supported a great deal to retain their employees for longer stay and better productivity. We are so glad to have you here in this session as a presenter. And now I'd love to call upon Sir Jayashankar Thakur and Krishna Dhakal. They shall be combinedly making presentation. Either presenter might present customers' perception on banking communication in B-grade banks in Kathmandu Valley. After that, Ma'am Mahima Karki will be there in the role as presenter. Jayashankar Thakur, sir, you can take the floor and continue.
Meanwhile, the presentation is getting set. We have the presentations which are going downstairs in different parallel sessions. We're just trying to show you that. So it'll take a minute more, but then we'll keep on scrolling the screens so that you can take a look what is happening on the other parallel sessions as well. We are not unmuting their audio just to keep the discussions there, and we'll be switching on very soon. That's the presentation happening downstairs. Is this one?
Thank you, sir. First of all, I'd like to thank Global College for providing me this opportunity to present my paper in 4th Global International Conference 2022. Good afternoon, everyone. It's me, Krishna Dhakal. Today, I'm here to present my MBA thesis, which is entitled as Customer Perception on Banking Communication in B-grade Banks in Kathmandu Valley. These are the presentation outline that I'm going to discuss during my presentation. As you know that communication is evolving from Stone Age to 21st century and is still evolving. So we can say that the communication is evolving mechanism that significantly establish the relationship between the friends, relatives, neighbors, employee, assistant. It is said by the Chen et al. 2021. Moreover, in the banking sector, communication also plays the very important role, which is said by the Lee 2020. So, talking about the statement of problem, during my study I have reviewed many literature, but I found the gap in the literature that many of the research has been conducted in the commercial bank sector only, in the perspectives of banking communication. But in the context of development bank, I found only few research that actually try to cover the context of communication regarding in banking of development bank. Therefore, this study aims to analyze customer perception on banking communication among B-grade bank in Kathmandu Valley by investigating the effectiveness of banking communication among the consumer in big grade banks in Kathmandu Valley. Also, by identifying the different factors that affects the business communication. Last but not least, this study also identifies the challenges of banking communication among big grade bank in Kathmandu Valley. So this is my theoretical foundation. This research is based on the European Customer Satisfaction Index model, which is developed by European expert. As this framework has been successfully implemented in many Swedish as well as American banks, so we adopted this theory and we tested this theory in the context of Nepalese Development Bank. And with the help of this 7 construct, we conduct the research, which is also said by the Revillak Kemkau et al. 2017. So this is my research methodology, which start with research design. We opted the explanatory research design. As this shows the cause and effect relationship between the variable, we use the quantitative method. We use primary data types and propositive sampling in the sampling method. Last but not least, we use the structural equation model for data analysis in inferential part. So this is my conceptual framework, which has been adopted from SARA 9 2017. As I mentioned earlier, this is the research that is based on the Kathmandu Valley. This is the map that I have drawn from ArcGIS, which shows the study area. As you know that to conduct research, we need certain sample. We use the formula adopted by Singh and Masuku 2014, and this is the formula of non-probability sampling. By using the formula, we obtain the 280 sample, and we collected the sample from 280 consumer of development banks. So this is my research sample and data collection technique. Total population is 280 development bank customer. We use
Dear presenter, you need to speed up a little bit more.
Sure, sir. So we use propositive sampling. In the research instrument, we adopted the structure questionnaire, and data collection was done by using the Kobo toolbox. This is the data analysis part. So we conducted both descriptive analysis as well as the inferential analysis. So talking about the respondent profile, we got that majority of the surveyed respondents were male who are aged between the 21 to 30 and has bachelor degree of education. Moreover, most of the respondents are single and are student. So this is the factor. This slide shows the factor influencing the banking communication in Grade B bank. So I'm sorry, it's a bit blur. Anxiety, power, and gender are the factors that influence the banking communication in Grade B bank. Moreover, we measure the effectiveness of banking communication in Grade B bank by using sets of questionnaire. And after developing the index, we found that there is effective banking communication in Grade B banks in Kathmandu Valley. So these are the challenges of banking communication: lack of proper education on digital communication, improper organization communication strategy are some of the major challenges in banking communication. So in the summary statistics, we tested data normality, and the result passes each test. So we can say that there is no any issue of normality in our data set. We also perform exploratory factor analysis by using KMO and Bartlett's test. It also shows that the data is suitable and it is suitable for further analysis. As you know that the data should be reliable and it must be validated. So we conducted reliability and validity test. Every condition for reliability test and validity test has been fulfilled. So our data set doesn't have problem of reliability and validity. So this is the common method bias which has been done by Harman single factor test. And it shows that 22.154%, but Harman single factor says that if the extraction sum of square loading is less than 50%, then there will be no any issues of common method bias in our data, in any data set. We obtained 22.154%, so there is no any issue of common method bias. So this is the model fit we have done from the AMOS. Every indicators of model fit has been fulfilled, so the decision is excellent. This is the path analysis that we have drawn from the AMOS. For example, PSD, EXP are the construct, latent construct, EXP1, EXP3, so on are the observed variable, E are the error terms. In this study, we also tested the hypothesis. There are altogether there are 9 hypotheses. Out of them, only 4 hypotheses are significant and 5 hypotheses are insignificant when it is tested at 5%. So on to the conclusion, this study says that the banking communication among the customer in B-grade banks in the Kathmandu Valley is effective. Moreover, same result indicates that expectation is significant to perceived service quality. Satisfaction is significant to perceived value and brand strength. Moreover, brand strength is also significant to loyalty. Last but not least, lack of proper education on digital communication and improper organizational communication strategy are the major challenges in banking communication in big-grade banks in Kathmandu Valley. So by saying this much, I'd like to conclude my presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Sir Krishna Dakal. We are so glad to have an in detail and methodologically much structure, research, and its finding. It shall be largely assisting banking industry and those organizations to upgrade level of communication and enhance service delivery as well. So thank you very much. We are so glad to have you here as a presenter. Next, Mahima Karki. She shall be making presentation on analysis of investor satisfaction towards Demat account of Nepal. After her presentation overs, I request Umesh Rizal to be in queue.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, respected session chair, my fellow paper presenters, and all the audiences here. I am Mahima Karki, and I am here to present my paper, Analysis of Investor Satisfaction Towards Service Quality of Dematerialized Account of Nepal. Moving ahead with the introduction, the process of archiving actual share certificates in an electronic system is DEMAT. So a DEMAT account functions exactly like a bank account, but instead of storing cash, it stores shares in electronic form. The introduction of DEMAT has accelerated share trading in Nepal because the investors now no longer have to worry about carrying, trading, rotting or losing their share certificates. So after the launch of Central Depository System and clearing on 31st March 2011, dematerialization in Nepal began gradually. However, the dematerialization project is still in its infancy, and the depository units of Nepal desperately needs an upgrading. So such improvements are closely related to investors' pleasure, and in determining the investor pleasure, This article focuses on 5 service qualities. They are dependability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, and tangible component. So according to Dodari 2019, he mentioned some research gap. So I've taken that. So there is a research gap in which he mentioned that about having samples outside the valley so that the generalization can be done. And also he wanted to know whether there is any relation in the way of satisfaction in terms of male and female. So my research article tries to incorporate those gaps. Moving ahead, the problem statement of my research paper are which factor affects the most in determining the investor satisfaction, and is there any relation in the way of satisfaction in terms of male and female. So the general objective is to analyze the impact of service quality of demat accounts on investor satisfaction. So the conceptual framework here, we have independent variable and the dependent variable. In independent variable, there are 5 service qualities. They are reliability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, and tangible. Reliability means how often the depository units consistently have their performance. Responsiveness, how fast they are. Assurance, how much knowledge they have. Empathy, like the care for their customers, and the tangible, that is physical layout, office hardware, and the employees' appearances. So that these are the independent variable, and the dependent variable is the investor satisfaction. So I've taken the conceptual framework from Parasuman and Jitendra Upadhyay. So talking about the research methodology, so first is the research design. I have used quantitative research design, in which there is a descriptive research design which is used, and also inferential analysis was done. The next one is population. So the population of my study was the people using demat accounts in Nepal, and the sample were 124 respondents, which were selected through convenient sampling. The sources of data, I have used both primary sources and the secondary sources. For primary sources, like for the data collection, I have used primary sources, and for hypothesis and literature review, I have used secondary sources. And the cervical model was used in this article. Similarly, the data analysis tool, so the cervical model was used, and regression analysis was done through the help of SPSS. I've also done in Cronbach alpha test, which states 0.905 of result, which means that my research was valid. Moving ahead, the major finding, talking about the respondent profile, there were 55 male respondent and 69 female respondent. Also, when I asked the year of investment, 61 of them responded that they had below 1 year of experience. 55 of them said 1 to 5 years of experience, and 8 of them said that they have more than 5 years of experience. Upon asked how often they traded, their answer were 72 said frequently, 43 said occasionally, and 9 said rarely. So the research article, my research paper found out that investors are satisfied with different service qualities of the depository units of Nepal. But tangible factor is the major factor that influences the investor satisfaction. And similarly, from the independent t-test, it is understood that there is no difference in the satisfaction in terms of male and female, as the significance level was greater than 0.05. Similarly, I also asked them about to rank the demotivating factors, and they mentioned that the main demotivating factor for them is the delay done by the depository units in Nepal, and the least demotivating factor were the prices charged by those depository units. So, discussion, my research paper reveals that there is a strong positive and significant relation between the independent and the dependent variable, and the result is consistent with Jitendra Upadhyay, which was done in 2020. However, tangible dimension plays a major significant impact in investor satisfaction. Moving ahead with the conclusion, my research paper carried out to analyze the investor satisfaction towards the service quality, and a cervical model was formed to make the questionnaire, and the service quality included 5 main factors, that is reliability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, and tangibility. So as mentioned earlier, tangible factor influence has a major role in it, and the result also shows that the service qualities rendered by the depository units of Nepal were good and satisfactory. My recommendation, understanding the service quality dimension is really important for not only the depository units in order to get, to all other organizations in order to get satisfaction from their investors or from their customers. So it helps to guide to retain existing investors, attract new ones, and attain the maximum satisfaction. So it would be best if depository units improve their services and especially focuses on the tangible factor. And from my point of view, if anyone is planning to do research in this area, I would like to say them that maybe you can take a larger sample so that the generalization can be done even in a great way. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mahima Karki, for a wonderful presentation. Now, I'd love to call upon another presenter, Umesh Rijal. He shall be making presentation on impact of merger and acquisitions on employees' engagement in Nepalese commercial banks. After Rijal will be completing presentation, we will be having Sunetra Pradhanang, who shall be making presentation on gender and school selection factors.
Thank you very much, sir. And good afternoon, all of you. Hello. Thank you very much, sir, and good afternoon, all of you, to be presented here in this GCI International 4th International Conference 2022. Unlike my previous speakers, my research is still on an ongoing phase. I am still collecting data from the respondents, so I will not be making any conclusions or recommendations. But I would like to present here what I have done so far. My research title is Factors Affecting Employee Engagement After Merger or Acquisition in Nepalese Banking Sector with reference to commercial banks. I chose commercial banks because most of the branches or the business size has been acquired by our commercial banks are taking most of the businesses in Nepalese banking sector. So first of all, let's understand what is merger and acquisition and why does organizations goes into merger and acquisition. Merger and acquisition generally happens to synergize the resources within different organizations and to pool the resources and to increase their efficiency and productive level as well as service delivery. In Nepal, when a regulator, Nepal Rashtra Bank has issued 26 license to commercial bank and 17 license to development bank. So to reduce the number of banks and financial institutions as well as increase fair competition, unlike the unhealthy competition that we are facing and the liquidity crisis that we are currently facing in our country. So merger and acquisition has been encouraged by the regulator. So in the past 3 to 4 years, 7 or 8 commercial banks have gone into merger and acquisition. And NRB has been pushing merger and acquisitions by providing lots of incentives to the banks going into merger and acquisition. So what is employee engagement? Another factor in my research is what is employee engagement? Unlike employee satisfaction or employee turnover, employee engagement is dedication and enthusiasm that employee shows towards the organization, how enthusiastically he is performing his duties and how much zeal he is showing while discharging his duties. Upon thorough review of some articles and previous studies, only a handful of researches has been conducted in the area of employee engagement in Nepalese scenario. In the international scenario, there are lots of resources, but in Nepalese scenario, only a handful of resources has been conducted, and none of those resources has been conducted with relation to banking sector. So, so I took upon this opportunity as my curriculum and part of my to graduate from MBA. So it is still an unexplored area in Nepalese sector. So I took upon this research. The main objective of this research is to come up with some factors that are affecting employees' engagement. Banks are still producing profits or employees are still working, but there might be some gap as per literature review. There might be some gaps which I intend to explore from this research, and I have taken organizational factors, leadership and communication on employee engagement, and another determinants. I have taken 4 determinants: career development opportunities, equal and fair opportunities, health and safety, incentives and benefits, and what are the impact on employee engagement. And at last, I would like to provide some recommendations after the completion of this research, which is still on data collection phase. And
dear presenter, you need to speed up a little bit.
Sure. And 2 organizational factors I've considered and 4 determinants, which I've just explained. And what are the outcomes? Whether or not merger and acquisition affects employee engagement, and if it affects, then what are the factors affecting employee engagement? And I intend to measure the individual as well as collective impact of those factors on employee engagement. I'm going to conduct an explorative research due to lack of convincing research in Nepalese scenario. Also, my data will be collected based on quantitative research, quantitative method using 5-point Likert scale. And I have tried so far to avoid vague and unclear statement while collecting data, but upon pilot study, I have tried to modify the data collection tool and changing some statement. And the sample will be collected from the 7 commercial banks that have gone into merger and acquisition in the recent past years. And I will be collecting data from 385 employees who are currently working in commercial banks in Nepal, all over the Nepal. Survey questionnaire, I'll be using Google form. And I'll be conducting interview for senior personnel of banks who might be key to my data collection. And part A consists of demographic information of the respondent, and part B consists of the statements which will be measured on Likert scale. Upon pilot study, I found that I need to revise some of the statements due to their vague nature or due to their contradictory nature. So I'm currently working on that. I have collected 8 samples, and based on that 8 samples, I'm revising those statements.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Rijal. Hopefully that your presentation and your research shall be assisting a great deal to the respective industry and institutions ahead. The zeal you have presented is worth saluting. Thank you very much. I'd love to call Sir Netra Pradhanang, Faculty, Global College International, to enlighten us with his presentation, Gender and School Selection Factors. After Mr. Pradhanang, we shall be taking one more presentation from online, since we are having this conference into hybrid mode. Then after, I request Mr. Nozil Koirala to be in row with full swing preparation. Since there is some technical error, now I'd love to call upon Sir Nozil Koirala.
Yes. to change this. Celestin. Okay. Good afternoon and namaste. My name is Nozul Koirala. I am the faculty of Travel and Tourism Management, and I'm presenting my research on community-based village tourism in Nepal. That is the study of Sidubari village, Nepal. So the reason behind choosing this topic is Sidubari is the first homestay destination that has been introduced by government of Nepal. So I find my interest on this topic to present. So moving ahead, giving some background information on this destination. In 1985, the Kathmandu Research Center carried out a detailed study on the prospect of village tourism in Nepal. So basically, talking about the background of tourism in Nepal, Nepal tourism started with the mountain tourism, and after that, there were different experts and the professionals who brought the concept of village tourism. So on this note, from different suggestions from the foreign visitors and the tourists, that paved the way to forward the clarity on this concept. So after a long battle with the government, so the government of Nepal, including a village tourism program in its tourism policy in 1995. So basically, the interest on this topic is, so the research was made in 1985 by the research center, Kathmandu Research Center, and it was implemented in Nepal government policy right after 10 years. So Nepal government 9 5-year plan and 10 5-year plan gave the consideration to village tourism and promised to establish 14 different village tourism destinations in each geographical regions within 5 years. So Sidubari was the first homestay to get introduced with this policy. So Sidubari was the first village that was introduced. And moving ahead, my research question is more focused on how community-based village tourism of Sidubari helps to develop their livelihoods. What is the outcome of village tourism programs? A role of village tourism to promote the culture and traditions of local community, and what is the positive and negative impacts of rural tourism in Sidubari village. So these were the research question, and this research was done back 6 years back, I guess in 2016. So so the objectives, so the study has two different objectives. I mean, they were general and specific objectives. So under general objectives, the study are mainly... You need to speed up a little bit.
Sure. Mainly to evaluate the current trends of tourist inflow relatively to national level and highlighting the potentiality of tourism in Sidubari village. And my specific objective is focused to analyze the role of village tourism to promote the culture and tradition of local community, because Nepal tourism was started with mountain tourism only, right? So to assess the features and attractions of Sidubari, identify the rural tourism impact on Sidubari, to recommend suggestions on policies and plan for the development of community-based village tourism in Sidubari. So the limitations of the study, so I'm not reading all these things, but just the basic limitations were that this was conducted within the given time frame and financial limitations, and the study may not be applicable to all the villages in Nepal because of its geographical situations and the unique characteristics features of Gurung community. So there are some other limitations, but I'm just moving ahead. And the literature review is focused on the empirical literature, where it is based on the observation things. So village tourism evolution and development, background of community-based village tourism, area of study and sub-description of Gurung ethnic people, and Panchamul Sidubari, a model village. So the research methodology
under this, the sources of data is primary and secondary data. So primary data on the homestay providers of the Sidobari and the tourist visitors, and secondary data is based on the records of homestay, tourism board, different development, Sidobari Development Committee, and many more. So the tools of the data collection were questionnaires, interview, and the discussions. So the model of the operational framework. So the source is the Tourism Development and Management Committee, Sidobari, and this indicates the Tourism Development and Management Committee is connected here to connect the Sidobari village, and that is supported by travel and tour operators. So this is all about my presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And sorry, sir, just the major findings is, I mean, the most of the villagers, around 72% engaged in the tourism business and happy to choose the sectors. And there were the interview taken with different tourists, visitors, the local communities, and I have just highlighted the major finding in the percentage based on this perspective. And the implications is on academic implications and managerial implications. So under academic implications, that is student, teachers, report writer, researcher, and many more. And under managerial implications, we have different policymakers, tourism promotions plans for government, stakeholders, long-term sustainable management, and more, many more. So thank you for listening. So all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Nojal Koirala, sir. The presentation that you have highlighted might add a new venture and way out in area with concept of homestay. Now, thank you so very much, and we really feel proud to have you here in the session as a presenter. I would now love to call upon Sir Sunetra Pradhanang, Faculty, Global College International, and he shall be enlightening us with his presentation entitled Gender and School Selection Factors. Sir Pradhanang, the floor is on yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sunetra Pradhanang, Adjunct Faculty of Global College International. Where's the pointer? Thank you. As the topic, my topic is a gender and school selection factor. We have seen in Nepali school system that we have a new system that is basic level is from grade 1 to 8 and the secondary level is from 9 to 12. But we can see that after SCE, the major decision for any learner is to choose a +2 college. They say college, but it's a school. But the thing is that still the system has changed, but the perception of the people, the learners, have not changed. So this becomes a problem for the school leaders on how they are choosing. The learners are choosing the schools. And is there any difference between the factors that are considered by the male and female students? For that, I have taken the main paper uses the model of Hostler and Gagler of 1984, where there is a three steps in school selection, that is the predisposition, search, and choice. There are lots of other models as well, but other models, the newer models, are also based on the same model. That is why I took the basic model as well. Here, I'm only seeing what is the effect of the gender. If gender-wise, if there is a difference in the school selection factor, which is a 24. There are 24 selection factor that has been revealed from the literature review. That is in the main paper. The simple hypothesis is there any significant difference in the selection based on the gender? For that, the study area is Lalitpur metropolitan city. When I had seen the seen the bulletin of Lalitpur Metropolitan City, there were 28 secondary schools providing +2 education. +2, we can say 11 and 12. But when I consulted with everyone, only 14 of the secondary school agreed to participate in the study, and from the sample size calculation, there were 329 sample that was taken, but I did the normality test by Sapiro-Willig test, and if I feel that I'm not lucky or something like that, it was not normal. The data was not normal. That is why I had to use the Mann-Whitney U test. Mann-Whitney U test showed that these factors, full-time faculty, well-equipped library that is laboratory, sorry, well-equipped laboratory, library, hostel, and location convenience. So these were the factors that were considered important by female students. Other factors were similar, but these factors were different. They gave more priority, the female students give more priority to these things. So we can know that there is significant difference in terms of gender, in terms of the school selection for the class 11. Like I have said from the result as well, these are the things that are considered important by the female students. So these are also backed by the work by Dixon 2010 and Sank and Besley 2010, where it said that the gender matters when we talk about the school selection thing. As well, Syed et al. Directly said that female place more importance on ease of location. So what is the implication? For the school leaders, now they can know that how they have to target each gender. According to the gender, the factors are also different, and how they want to satisfy the need of the students, that also is different. It will help the school leaders to make strategies which will help in the enrollment. Yes. The limitation, some of the limitation, it is only conducted for the Lalitpur municipality city, and the questionnaire was based on the research done by Clayton, 2013. These are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Sir Sunetra Pradana. The research that you have carried out shall obviously be multifold instrumental for all the parents and even school managers as well. Thank you so very much. It's a real pride to have you here as the presenter with us. Now I'd love to call upon Pooja Joshi.
Good afternoon, sir, all the research scholars and all my friends. I am Pooja Joshi. I could not make to participate there presently, and I am far from there here in Darchula, and now I am here to present my thesis paper, and my topic is influence of factor influencing impulsive buying behavior among the Generation Y consumers in retails of Kathmandu. And I chose the topic impulsive buying behavior, as we see the young generation buying unintentionally and due to their buying nature, and impulsive buying behavior is prevalent in the market. This is why impulsive buying behavior has become the phenomena worthy of attention in marketing activity. This behavior was first recognized and used for the marketing in retail stores by Clover over 60 years ago. And I have took some research literature from him, his paper, similarly other scholars as well. And Nepal is an Eastern culture country that has many distinctive characteristics. In spite of that, Nepal is still relatively easy to get impact of globalization, both positive and negative impact. Culturally, Western country are rapidly entering the Eastern culture, including Nepal, and one culture that hereditary and unconsciously survive in Nepal in consumptive culture. And the significance of the study was a number of research have been done on studying the factor influencing the impulsive buying behavior of consumer, but there are limited research papers that gave an integrated view on the situational and personal factors. My main focus was on the situational and personal factors which have impact on the impulse buying behavior. Thus, the research is aimed to improve the situational and personal factor determinants to analyze its impacts on the impulsive buying behavior of the Generation Y consumers, that is young retail consumers, fashion retail consumers. So the insight from this study could be useful for those fashion retailers on emphasizing the factors that could attract young adults, leading to increase their sales. My research question was, what is the impact of the factors that makes impulsive buying behavior of Generation Y consumer in fashion retails of Kathmandu? And specific research questions were, what is the impact of situational factors on the impulsive buying behavior of the Generation Y consumers in fashion retails, and what is the impact of personal factor on impulsive buying behavior of Generation Y consumer in fashion retails? My general objective was to analyze the factor influencing impulsive buying behavior of Generation Y consumer in fashion retails in Kathmandu. Specific objective was to look after the situational factors on the impulsive buying behavior of Generation Y consumers in fashion retails, and to analyze the influence of personal factors on the impulsive buying behavior of Generation Y consumers in fashion retails. This is my theoretical framework, where dependent variable is impulsive buying behavior of Generation Y consumers, and independent variables are situational and personal factors. Under the situational factors, promotional signals, store layout, social influence are included, and under the personal factors, mood, hedonic motive, extraversion, and materialism are included. Under the situational factor, promotional signals is like the different promotional offers, such as discount offers, stock clearance, etc. And store layout itself is the display and eye-catchy window display, etc. And social influence is the friends, colleagues, or sales associate who influence the consumers to buy the certain products. And similarly, personal factors, under the personal factors, mood itself is the how they feel at the moment, at the particular moment when they see the fashionable product on the market, and their shopping tendency in order to maintain their fashion choices. And similarly, extraversion is the next is the hedonic motive, where the customers pleasures, their satisfaction, and shopping experience are analyzed. And similarly, extraversion, under the extraversion, the factors such as their urge to buy the latest trend, latest and new, and their urge to experience the newest things are studied. And under the materialism, the social class, their social class and the personality with the latest apparels are studied. And here are the research hypotheses I have done on my research. And the
Dear
structure
Pooja,
of
you
the
need to wrap
studies
up
goes
fast.
like this. And research design, under the research designed I have chose the descriptive research design with the descriptive research design and the explanatory research design, where the study uses the single cross-sectional design at it is less costly, save times and convenient. And this research is based on the quantitative research approach in order to test the hypothesis pertaining to the phenomena and perform the empirical investigation of the quantitative properties. The sample size was I have included 384 respondents on this study, where the Generation Y consumers are the young consumers who are born between 1980 to 1999, and where the population is the greater than 50,000 for to carry out the sample size. I have used the given formula by the Gotten and abstracted the 384 respondent. And for the sampling technique, I have used non-probability sampling
Dear presenter,
method.
please try to wrap up fast. You almost exceeding the time.
And these are the sampling techniques and the method data collection I have included. And and there is the time limitation. So here is the conclusion. Among the all the factors, I have found that under the situational factors, all the three factors: promotional signature, store layouts, and store social influence, have significant impact on the impulsive buying behavior. And under the personality factors, only three factors: moods, hedonic motive, and extraversion,
Pooja,
have the significant impact of the under the impulsive buying behavior. And the future implication of the study may be on the
Pooja,
research
please
is
hold on for a minute.
beneficial
Pooja,
for the
please hold on.
marketers and retailers to work on those
Pooja, please
factors.
stop for a minute. We have an announcement. We have an announcement for all the parallel sessions happening in different rooms. Once your session finishes, we request every person to come in the hall. My request to all the people who are finishing the session in parallel sessions to please come back in the hall. Seminar hall on the 9th floor. Yeah, Pooja, can you please finish it quickly?
And the future implication of this study have studied the only the shoppers residing in the Kathmandu. Future researcher may can do the research on the other areas or other determinants such as demographic factor and cultural factor. Similarly, this research is beneficial for the marketer and retailers to work on those factors which can trigger the impulsive buying behavior. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much, Poojaji. Despite being away from station, you tried your level the best to present the finding you have carried research on. That shall obviously be setting wonderful inputs and very instrumental assistant to the so many industries and institutions which are related to the sector of your story. Without further ado, let me call upon Dinesh Kathayat, who shall be making presentation here on liquidity and its impacts on profitability of Nepalese commercial banks. Right after Kathayat will be completing his presentation, I request Urvashi Newa also to be in row with her presentation intact and ready. Kathayatji, the floor is yours now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respecting the chair of this session, professor, lecturers, my seniors, and my dear colleagues. Today I am going to present on a topic, liquidity and its impact on profitability in the Commercial Bank of Nepal. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yesterday I was scrolling the newsfeed in Facebook and I had seen the announcement by the governor of Nepal, Mr. Mahaprasad Adhikari, that the liquidity problem will be increased more by next month is present. And slides. Where is the browser?
Anyone from technical team assist him? I guess there is some difficulty.
Where is the browser? Kasto technical agiबाट भन्दैछ
Yeah, she did so well. Wonderful.
The browser level.
It's better if presenters keep on getting their slides already loaded on their computer.
Okay.
One more.
Let me start my presentation. And liquidity is the bank's ability to pay on demand. It means liquidity refers to the capacity of a bank to fulfill its immediate obligation, and it is the ability to pay to its depositors. And profitability simply means earning more than expenses, and profitability in the bank is determined by various factors like return on earning, return on assets, profit margin, and earning per share. And liquidity and profitability are both complement and opponent to each other. Complement in the sense that without liquidity, bank cannot generate profitability, and there is no growth of liquidity without profitability in the bank. And opponent in the sense that if there is high liquidity, the bank will generate less profit. The reason behind choosing this topic is that there are various researches done on this topic, but this is always a new findings because the data, facts, and figures relating to this topic are always dynamic and changing, and this research is significant for future time. And these are the some research questions, and these research questions are guided by research objectives. The first research questions of my study is how the commercial banks are managing liquidity in the existing practice. And the second question, research question, is what are the main causes of increasing or decreasing liquidity in commercial banking sector? The third question is about how liquidity and profitability of banks are interrelated. And these are the objectives of the study. And the general objective of the study is to study and explore the status of liquidity management and profitability in the Commercial Bank of Nepal, and the specific objectives are to identify the aspects of liquidity management in the Commercial Bank of Nepal, to analyze the influence of liquid asset to total deposit ratio, cash and bank balance to total deposit ratio, cash and bank balance to current deposit ratio, credit to deposit ratio with return on assets, return on equity, earning per share, and net profit margin. And the final objective is about assessing the overall liquidity position of selected commercial bank in Nepal. Here is the significance of the study, which I already mentioned, and this is the conceptual framework, and the independent variable, the liquidity, these variables determine the liquidity of the bank, whereas the dependent variable, these are the profitability variables of the bank, and the independent variable are liquid asset to total deposit ratio, and liquid cash and bank balance to total deposit, and cash and bank balance to current deposit, and credit to deposit ratio, whereas the dependent variable are return on assets, return on equity, earning per share, and net profit margin. During my study, I have gone through various research and articles, and these are the some of the review of previous studies.
Dear presenter, you need to speed up a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. These are the national reviews, and some of the international reviews of my studies are like this, and I have gone through descriptive research design, and the sample out of 26 commercial bank, I have selected 5 commercial bank of Nepal, that is Nepal Bank Limited, Everest Bank Limited, NMB Bank, ADBL, and Global IME Bank Limited, whereas the secondary source of data were annual reports of various banks, audited report, and the report of NRB. And these are the some of the probable outcomes of my study, because my study is going on and I have still working on the data. The first outcome will be there is a significant relation of liquid asset to total deposit ratio, cash and bank balance to total deposit ratio, cash and bank balance to current deposit ratio, credit to deposit ratio with liquidity of bank. There is a significant relation between these variables with liquidity of banks, and there is also the significant relation of these profitability indicators with these profitability indicators with the profitability of banks. And due to lack of investment opportunity, the liquidity position is in increasing trend, but due to contractionary monetary policy and after COVID-19, liquidity is decreasing, and absence of proper liquidity risk management can be harmful. The next outcome will be like the correlation between coefficient. The correlation coefficient between total liquidity and profitability of banks will have positive relationship. And conclusion, liquidity and profitability management is crucial for commercial bank, because liquidity and profitability are the important aspect of the commercial bank, and these instrument or these factors determine the overall status of the bank, and it also contribute to the overall economy of the country. And for profitability, the bank has to maintain effective liquidity in the bank, and these two factors are the success of the bank. This means liquidity and profitability mainly focus or mainly demonstrate the position of the banks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Katayat. Now is the final presenter of the day, of the session. Okay, so
Thank you so very much, all the presenters. We have come almost at the end of the presentation, and there is no more presenter remaining with us now. I would love to extend Jillian thanks to Global College International for inviting and letting me have this honor of being chair of the session, one of the parallel sessions. Global College International, all the dignitaries and guests, and more than important, all the fellow participants and presenters. The way how you have presented your papers are not only simply a presentation. Making a paper presentation at conference shall be self-actualizing so many other rigorous academic dimensions and discourses. You might have conducted a rigorous research into different fields, been there with the people, have consulted them, applied research techniques and strategies. So it's a course of multiple learning at a time. Therefore, I love to extend heartfelt congratulations to you all, and I request you all to accept their graceful effort and to pay them a huge round of applause on recognition of their successful presentation here. At least it should be a culture in expectation of reciprocal relationship that they shall be duly responding accordingly whenever you will be presenting on the days to come. So, many papers were presented. It would be grossly an injustice to evaluate people in terms of their excellence, rather their efforts is to be acknowledged. So, however, there were noted many things can be still improved in the paper in rounds to come, the effort that you have applied. That's wonderful. Wonderful beginning. Or better commencement of the job. Wonderful commencement of the job itself will be the half completion, and you have completed it in good way. I have simply two more requests to all the presenters. Please do not make your research presentation here today die as paper or conference paper presentation. Provided if you develop a habit of remodeling with research work paper presentation material, that might let you have a couple of very wonderful op-ed or newspaper articles to be published. You may have a journal publication. Couple of research papers have come with very insightful implementation to various organizations and institutions. Provided you develop and convert that as a workshop, you shall be selling workshops and training to so many potential business organizations and so on. So let's try remodeling your work into different forms and dimensions. And moreover, do not make this paper presentation as a customary culture for only 2 days or on occasion of 4th Global International College Conference. Make it your habit, set it as your skill. I wish you all to have wonderful academic and professional career ahead. Wish that your career shall roll multiple benefits and million times rounds of positive effects and important outcomes in your life. Have a good time. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful time ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Internatinoal, for the insightful learnings for us. The most important point that Sir touched was all the people sitting out here, probably MBA students for sure, and BBA for the last semesters are here. Your time is coming soon. You will be here to present very soon, right? So be ready for it. Now, my request to the IT team is if my sound could go to the parallel sessions as well, that will be making a very... Can we have... is my sound going to other parallel sessions as well? We are on the verge of closing our sessions. Can we request wind up in next 2-3 minutes? My request to all the parallel session chairs is, can we request you to please wind up the sessions in next 2-3 minutes so that we can have everyone here, especially our session chairs. I'm sorry to disturb all the session chairs there in the rooms. We are waiting for you to finish the sessions, and we want to see you all here to close the session. We have finished parallel session at the hall, parallel session 5, and we have also finished all the paper presentations in parallel session 3, which was being chaired by Professor C.P. Rijal. We have also finished parallel session 4, which was being chaired by Professor Dr. John Walsh. My request to session chair 1, Dr. Preeti Billa. My request to session chair of Corporate and Technology Management team, Professor Dr. Deep Bahadur Rawal sir. And also my request goes to Dr. Devraj Paneru, who is taking the GRP defense. I know guys, it's difficult to wait, but then let's wait for a few minutes. I'm sure you have had a lot of learnings from the day, since the day began. Inaugural sessions being electrifying, keynotes as wonderful as possible, and probably now the paper presentations. I'm sure the little voice which is there in yourself right now, you just want to go out and, hey, what happened? How was the day? You just want to talk about it. We'll have to wait for a few minutes for that. So keep your voices a bit low to yourself, and then once we go out, hey, it was a wonderful day and all you're going to say. I'm sure it is not vice versa, right? We have only 5 tokens of love to be given, not 15. I can see 15 people out here. I'm just lighting the mood, guys, don't take me otherwise. Prakash sir, is my voice going downstairs? 80180 6. Is my voice going downstairs? Okay. My request again to the parallel session 1 chair, Dr. Preeti Billa, requesting you to please wind up and please join us in the hall. My request to Professor Dr. Deep Bahadur Rawal sir, may I request you to be with us in the hall if you have winded up. My request goes to Dr. Devraj Paneru, the GRP Defense Chair, to please join us in the hall. We have been informed just now, there is one presentation remaining in session being chaired by Professor Deep Rawal and quite a few in GRP Defense. So we are requesting Devraj to pause the proceedings and then continue back. Can we have the camera on all the participants once, so that they can see how smiling, how beautiful, how smart they are looking? All the participants if possible. I'm sure all the L'Oreal and all those Oriflame and all those big companies have been getting advantage. Boys as usual, just shaving the beard and coming. Some not even doing that, right? Okay. Thank you so much, Deepra sir. That's awesome. We are going to go and watch the session 1 which is happening down for a few minutes before it gets over and we have them here. Will we be able to listen to them as well, Deepra sir? Oh, great.
Recording in progress.
So you are, that is what, and I suggest common suggestion to everybody is put references. Some of the hard copies, yet we have researchers, when they do validation is done with the Google, at least has to be there, and presentation prints. Print up your PPT, and these are the common suggestions. Some of the editing errors have to be taken. One thing has to be errors in the big this platform. But when I came to know you people are students, my dimension has been totally changed. I'm not saying that I'm biased to the faculty, but yes, students are students. If they are doing this good, all of students feels like, oh, we are the one who can be proud. Okay. So every student, when they excel, that is the proud moment for them. Yeah. Okay, consumer intentions to use artificial intelligence. There I can see it was O. I can remember it was O or O. O. But maybe it's my that thing. So whatever parameters people are taking, perceived usefulness and perceived user ease of use. So all those parameters, if you say that this paper has been staged for this, then it is validated. Research is something like law. Lawsuits, okay? So nobody will raise the question. And platform is coming from this. So in your part, independent and dependent variables. Those things should come from the you again. This researcher has used this. So take an idea. If you have already research validate for that. Constantly to this one to make research validity के लिए लो. I think personally we will do that. So we get A, B, C, D are your gaps. You parameter, right? So few parameters more are D. Nepal is the country. All these actually was already included, but certain time they need one word. Empirical already got. Okay, so they are 2019. Right now, the Japanese. PhD को जब हम ये करे आते, this is one of the point where research is made bit conscious and nervous. Always it will throughout your life if you want. They will say, or 7 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Always it happens. So I have faced this a lot. That's why I'm always in the side of researcher and whether whatever is given to them, which part was the session.
If I'm audible, may I request the session chair to please wind up the session. If Dr. Preeti Birla can listen to me. Dr. Preeti, am I audible? Dr. Preeti, am I audible to you?
So then Anjali, for you, that is organized or unorganized?
Dr. Birla, can you hear me please?
Sampling
Dr. Birla, can you hear me?
Sampling, what is sampling modular?
I think Dr. Birla, everyone can hear me.
Finite population, infinite. Infinite, overall no formulas. Still right?
Dr. Birla, can you
I
hear me,
am
please?
really grateful. I don't know what you people have got through this session, but I have learned a lot. I've understood a lot with every other person. And
Dr. Birla, hi, can you please hear me?
I rotated. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring my business card today. Changing up the bag has done this. So I'm really grateful if I can be any help, any time in
Dr.
terms
Birla,
of
hi, can you hear me?
not for supper. Okay. So I can be
Dr. Birla, hi, can you hear me?
right? Please show me, especially Sabi, in your research, I'm so much interested. You are one of the finest candidates.
Deepa sir, can you please connect me to Devra sir's room once?
And moreover, but the first day when I presented something,
Devra sir is room number 806.
they have thrown the papers on my face.
806.
Okay? And they have said, Madam, आप जादू करते हैं, कभी क्या है आपकी, कभी क्या है, so screen कीजिए, क्या बना रखा है ये? they were
May I request Take sir if you could just pass on my message to them. Probably technology is getting failed, so let's use the old techniques. I can't bring a pigeon, kabutar ja ja ja. Right, I can't. So may I had to request. They turned off their speakers. Okay. Because the proceedings were happening, they have turned off their speakers. So we have used the old technique, not the technology. So let's wait for a few minutes more. Can they hear me now? Can they hear me now? My voice is still not going, I guess, if their voice is coming all here. We request, I mean, is my sound going now, voice going now? I can see the volunteer from 806 room number. Has the session finished by any chance? Can we request the people to come upstairs? No, Dr. Devraj Paniru must have been there. He cannot go anywhere. I'm sorry? Are you okay? A quick update to everyone. We are waiting for our session chairs to come back and join us here. I can see marketing session, parallel session 1 participants coming back. We have Dr. Birla here with us. Please, Dr. Birla, please join us here. And we'll now wait for Dr. Devraj Paniru to finish his session. Dr. Devraj. I can see people, volunteers from Dr. Devraj's session coming back and joining us in the room. Devraj. We can see Dr. Devraj Paniru back in the hall. May I just quickly confirm with the volunteers, has the session of Dr. Deep Bahadur Rawal sir finished? Has all the presentations of Dr. Deep Bahadur Rawal sessions finished? Devraj sir. We are just waiting. We are just waiting for Professor Dr. Deep Bahadur Rawal sir to finish his session and come back. Can you please check if the session is over for Dr. Rawal? He was in room number 802. IT team, by chance, can you see the video there? The video is off? Hey, the boss is here. Thank you so much, sir. Coming towards the closure of this parallel session as well, and coming towards the closure of the day 1 for our 4th Global International Conference. Now, may I request Professor Dr. D.L. Puri, our Deputy CEO, to please be on the stage and hand over token of love to our session chairs. Please. May I request the camera guys to be active? Okay. May I request Dr. Preeti Birla to be on the stage to receive the token of love. The job these session chairs have done is not a very easy job. They themselves are so learned people with us that they had to transform their learnings to us. So thank you so much, Dr. Preeti Birla, for being a session chair. Thank you for accepting our request to be there with us today. Thank you so much. May I request Professor Dr. Deep Bahadur Rawal sir to please accept the token of love for your valuable time and efforts. May I also request Professor Dr. C.P. Rijal sir to please be on the stage and receive the token of love. I'm sorry. This is without the name. This one? This is without the name, a different one. Yeah. This is a bit different one than you have received in the morning, sir. a bit different. We have so much of love to give, so that's the other one. Volunteers, please. May I please request Dr. Atendra Dahal, sir, to come at the stage and receive the token of love. Dr. Devraj again. Dr. Devraj. Do we have Dr. Devraj here with us in this room? Dr. Devraj Paneru, our session chair for GRP Defense. Can you please call him quickly? Dr. Puri, we'll have to request you for 1 minute more. We have Dr. Devraj Paneru also, who was the session chair with us. Probably he is with the media. He is in an interview. So thank you so much, Dr. Puri, for accepting our request for distributing token of love. Thank you so much, everyone. We come to the closure of the day today. We would not leave you like this. We'll ask you to come back tomorrow morning again. We have a very energetic panel discussion happening tomorrow, starting at 9:59, I would say. Right? Before that, we have high tea available in the morning. So we will request you to be there by 9:15 and join us the session at 10 o'clock in the morning in the same hall. Thank you so much. Closing for the day. Okay, there was a query being raised by the participants. When are we going to get the certificates? So we have a closing ceremony tomorrow, and in the closing ceremony, after the panel discussion is over, the participation certificates will be given. Also, the presenter certificate will be given tomorrow itself. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow morning.